Chapter 24. Not Simone. Please, God, not Simone. Nikki's world turned black and desolate. She leaned heavily against her car, the fog sliding around her, fear burrowing deep into her heart. The grave robber couldn't have stolen her phone and called Simone to set up a meeting. No, she was jumping to conclusions. Just because someone, most likely the killer, had broken into her place didn't mean that he had her phone and had set up an appointment with her best friend. This has got to be a mistake or a prank or something, she said to Reed, willing her fear to subside and trying to think logically. Someone got hold of my cell phone, probably at work. Maybe Norm Metzger or Kevin Dieter, and whoever it was, they called Simone because she's on speed dial, so why set up an appointment? Pretend to be Nikki. Her insides turned to water, and she sank against her car. No one would do that. Let's go to the gym. See if she made it to class. Come on. Once again, Reed threw a strong arm over her shoulders, then shepherded her toward his Cadillac. For once, Nikki didn't resist letting a man guide her. For once, she was grateful for a strong arm to lean on. Adrenaline shot through her bloodstream. Guilt gnawed at her brain. How could she have lost her phone? Shaking, she dropped into the passenger seat of the Eldorado, then leaned against the door. It's the sports center in the Montgomery building on West Broadway. I know the place. But we're probably too late, she said, checking her watch. The class is over in a few minutes. If she's not there, we'll try her apartment. He handed Nikki his cell phone as he nosed his caddy into the street and gunned it. The big car shot forward through the dark streets. Call Simone, he ordered, taking a corner fast. She's got a cell, right? Yes. Nikki was already punching out the numbers. Her fingers were shaking, her mind filled with dread. The phone rang. Please answer, Nikki silently prayed. Come on, Simone. 2 rings. Pick up. Oh, please, God, let her be safe. 3 rings, and Nikki's fear crystallized. Simone always had her cell with her, always answered. Come on, come on. 4 rings, and then the taped message with Simone's voice on it. Nikki felt sick inside. Simone, it's Nikki. Call me ASAP. Then she hung up and dialed Simone's apartment. On the 4th ring, the answering machine picked up. Again, Nikki left a message. No luck? Reed asked grimly, as he sped through a yellow light. No, but I'll try her cell again. Maybe she didn't hear it over the noise of the class. Jake always has music playing and, well, you know. She punched out Simone's cell phone number again, but deep in her heart she knew her friend wouldn't answer. Might never return Nikki's call. A dark corner of her brain feared Simone was with the killer, maybe already dead, or waking up in a coffin with a dead body. Nikki shuddered as she listened to Simone's voice, instructing her to leave a message again. Please let her be all right, she silently prayed. Please. Maybe her cell phone was out of battery life. Maybe even now she was lingering after class, flirting with Jake, inviting him out for a drink. Please let Simone be there. It doesn't matter how angry she is with me. Just let her be safe. She clicked off the phone and stared into the dismal, dreary night. Reed drove as if possessed, and yet it seemed to Nikki that it took forever to drive down the street where the gym was located. Reed double-parked, and Nikki jumped out of the car. She was up the steps of the gym and through the doors before she could think twice. Jake was at the front desk, talking to the receptionist. Was Simone Everly in class? She asked. You know, my friend with the dark hair who asked you out the other night? Jake shook his head. Not tonight. No, this can't be. You're certain? We were supposed to meet here, but I got hung up, and... Her voice dwindled away as she heard Reed catch up with her. I would have noticed. This is the first class she's missed. Oh, God. Nikki leaned heavily against the reception desk. She thought she might break down altogether as Reed flashed his badge, asked the same questions, and got no further. Is something wrong? Jake asked. We don't know yet, Reed said. But if Miss Everly comes in, would you have her call me? He slid a card out of his wallet and thanked Jake, then helped Nikki to the door. She walked on wobbly legs, leaned on him as he whipped out his phone and made a call. I thought you should know that Nikki Gillette's best friend may be missing. Simone Everly. No, we're not certain, but here's what happened. He repeated the events of the night. We'll check out the restaurant, then her apartment. No, but I'm not waiting 24 hours if she does turn out missing. Yeah, I know. He clicked off. I called Morissette. She agrees with me that we'd better find Simone. He helped her into the caddy and drove to the parking structure where Nikki had often parked, the place she and Simone had met. There on the first floor, bold as brass, was the BMW convertible. Nikki's heart tumbled. It's her car, she said, and climbed out of the caddy as it rolled to a stop. There were only a couple of other cars, an ancient Volkswagen bus that had once been green, and a dirty white compact, both parked several spaces away from Simone's sleek convertible. No one else was visible, and aside from the hum of traffic outside, the parking lot was silent, and one of the fluorescent lights sizzled and flickered overhead. Don't touch anything, Reed warned, as Nikki reached the BMW. He was only a couple of steps behind. Heartsick, Nikki peered through the windows and noticed Simone's umbrella in the back seat, along with a couple of beat-up paperback books, a sack of groceries, and a coffee cup in the holder. So we know that she made it this far. And it was a trap, Nikki said, but saw no signs of a struggle near the convertible, no traces of leather where shoes had scraped on the concrete, no drops of blood that were visible, thank God. Maybe she'd gotten away, or never met whoever it was who had pretended to be Nikki. If only. Nikki crossed her fingers and sent up another prayer. Reed suggested, let's check the restaurant. Dread pulling at her, she nodded and headed through the open door. Reed kept up with her and managed to make another call. The streets were foggy and damp, light from the street lamps shimmering oddly against the wet sidewalks, moisture blurring the windows of storefronts. Cassandra's red and yellow neon sign burned bright. Nikki threw open the doors. A hostess who had been studying her seating chart looked up and smiled. Two? She asked, with a glance at Reed. We're not interested in a table. I'm looking for my friend, Nikki explained. Christmas music was playing, and the tables and booths were half filled with customers. Waiters and busboys bustled in the narrow aisles. I was supposed to meet her and got hung up. Her name is Simone Everly, and she's about 5'6" with dark hair, and... She was here, a young-looking waitress said as she cruised by with 2 cups of coffee on a tray. Had a couple of drinks, martinis, and bought a lemon drop for her friend who never showed up. Left the drink on the table. Was that you? Yes. Nikki's heart plummeted. Reed stepped forward, opening his wallet and showing his ID. I'm Detective Pierce Reed. Was the woman with anyone? The waitress's mouth dropped open, and she nearly lost her tray. You're a cop? She asked, righting the wobbling cups of coffee. Yes. Did anyone meet her tonight? No. She just waited, watching the clock. Nikki cringed inside. She drank 2 martinis, then left the lemon drop on the table and took off. She was pretty upset, though. At you." Round eyes rotated to Nikki. "If you were the one who stood her up."
"What time was that?" Reed asked.
"I don't know. An hour and a half ago. Around 7, maybe a little before."
Nikki felt dead inside. Simone had been here, had left her car, because she'd been lured by someone posing as Nikki. Then she hadn't made it to the gym. What had happened? Had someone pulled her into a car at gunpoint? Reed asked a few more questions, again left his card, with instructions to call, then eased Nikki out of the restaurant. "Do you think she's with him?" Nikki asked. "Don't know." He guided her toward the parking lot as he dialed his phone again. "But she could have gone somewhere else. This doesn't mean that she's with the grave robber." She nearly stumbled with her next terrifying thought. Simone's name. A derivative of Simon. Another apostle. "Don't get ahead of yourself. Reed doesn't think that there's a connection." "Then what else?" 12 apostles. What the hell else? Her head was pounding as they reached Simone's car again, just as a police siren cut through the night. Within minutes, a cruiser sped into the lot and stopped inches from Reed's Cadillac. Detective Morissette flew out of the car. "Still nothing?" she asked, and slid a scathing look at Nikki. "No," Reed said. "We left several messages on her phone." "Then let's rope this off. You been to her house yet?" Morissette asked. "On our way." "Hold up a second. You know the address?" "Yes." Nikki rattled it off. Morissette glanced around the deserted parking lot with its cement pillars, tire marks, and a few oil stains. 2 other cars were parked. "I'll get someone to rope this off. But we really can't do anything more because we don't know that a crime's been committed. I'm sticking my neck out on this one, Reed." "But not too far." Another police car entered the lot. Morissette instructed the plainclothes to cordon off the vehicle and stay with it until she had more information. "Okay, I'm going to Miss Everly's house. I know I can't persuade you to stay away, so keep it at a distance." Reed didn't answer. "Oh, hell. You just don't get it, do you?" she asked Reed. Then asked Nikki, "I don't suppose you have a car here?" "No." "She's with me." Morissette raised a studded eyebrow, but didn't say whatever it was that was on her mind. "Then let's go. Follow, but keep it low-key, okay?" "So where's your new partner?" Reed asked. And for the first time, Nikki realized that Cliff Siebert was missing. "Off duty." "So are you," Reed pointed out. "Yeah, but I'm dedicated." "Siebert isn't." "Let's not go into that one, okay?" she muttered irritably as she lit a cigarette. "Okay, let's do this thing. But it better not be a wild goose chase, Reed." Simone Everly kept a key hidden on a hook beneath the porch of her condo. Nikki found the spare key, and they walked into the foyer to be met by a little scrap of a dog that yapped and barked from the top of the stairs. "Come on, Mikado, it's me, Nikki." The dog kept up his vigil on the upper landing. Only when Nikki climbed the stairs and picked him up did the noise stop, and the wiggling begin. Aside from the useless pet, the condo was devoid of life. Most of the rooms were so tidy that vacuum tracks showed on the cream-colored carpet, and there wasn't a speck of dust to be found on furniture that looked old, but was obviously new. It was all color-coordinated, and appeared expensive. There were no messages on the answering machine, except for Nikki's panicked and breathless call. Nothing stored in the memory. When Morissette called for the last number dialed, it was Nikki's cell phone number, But there were phone numbers on a caller ID list, and Morissette quickly wrote them down. "You recognize any of these?" she asked Nikki, who was still holding the dog. Now Mikado was wagging his tail and washing her face feverishly. "No, but then Simone and I really don't run in the same circles." "Why not?" "We never have." "You've been friends a long time." "Yeah. She dated my brother and was going to marry him. At least that was the plan until he broke up with her. That was right before he died." "How'd they meet?" "I introduced them." "She go to school with you?" "No. I met her in another exercise class. Kind of jazz dance. It was right after the Chevalier trial, and I found out she'd been one of the jurors. I tried to get close to her, for a story, but that didn't pan out. I'd already been burned on that one." Rubbing the back of Mikado's neck, she felt some of the old embarrassment. "Anyway, we hit it off." "The Chevalier trial," Reed said, and he was deathly serious. "Yeah." "She was impaneled?" Nikki nodded and saw his expression change. "Do you know the names of any of the other jurors?" "No, but—" Her heart stopped. "Oh, God." "Can we get a list of everyone who was on the jury?" Reed asked, looking at Morissette. "Now, wait a minute. Just because this woman is presumably missing doesn't mean that it has anything to do with Leroy Chevalier." "But he's out now, right? Have you heard from his parole officer?" "Yeah. He made his appointment last week." "Let's go check with him. Make sure that Leroy's been a good boy. And we'll need to find out the other jurors who were on that trial." "What about Barbara Jean Marks? Did she ever mention it?" "Not to me," Reed said. "But our relationship was brief, kind of in the moment. We didn't do much discussing of what had happened a long time ago." He pulled out his cell phone and notepad, then dialed quickly, waiting a few seconds until the other party picked up. "Mrs. Massey, this is Detective Reed, Savannah Police. Yes, I was there the other day. I'm fine, but I need some information about your husband. Can you tell me if he was ever on jury duty? The case I'm concerned about is the Leroy Chevalier trial. He was convicted of killing his girlfriend and 2 of her children." Nikki waited, her heart drumming. She hadn't known who the jurors were during the trial, and the judge had ordered no cameras in the courtroom. It had been so long ago. She didn't remember the names. Slowly, she set the dog down. "Thank you, Mrs. Massey. Yes, of course, I'll let you know. Goodbye." He hung up the phone and looked at Morissette. "Bingo. Shit. Let's go find him. I'll call for backup. You get her home or somewhere safe." Morissette hitched her chin at Nikki. "No, I'm coming." "Reed isn't even supposed to be coming," Morissette said, whipping out her phone. "I'll stay out of the way." Morissette advanced on her. "Look, Gillette, this isn't your big chance, okay? I don't know what kind of a deal you worked with him." She hooked her thumb at Reed and the little dog growled. "But it doesn't hold water with me." "This isn't about a story," Nikki whispered, horrified. "It's about my friend." "I don't have time to argue," she growled, then looked at Reed. "Keep her in line." A second later, she was on the phone. Reed, too, had dialed another number. His conversation was short. As he hung up, he said, "That was Beaufort Alexander. His wife, Pauline, served on the jury." "That's 3 that we know of," Nikki said, chilled to the bone. "So Chevalier's picking off jurors one by one?" Morissette asked. After he got out on a technicality? Does that make any sense? Doesn't he know we'll nail him?
He's spent 12 years fantasizing about this, Reed said. My guess is he doesn't care.
I don't know. He couldn't have killed Thomas Massey and Pauline Alexander.
Because they were already dead. But if they'd been alive when he was released, they'd be on his hit list.
I hate arguing with you, Morissette said. I'll call the station and get hold of Siebert. We'll get a unit out here and someone figuring out who was on that jury who's still alive.
If he hasn't gotten to them in the last couple of days.
He hasn't. He would have bragged, Nikki said.
That's why I think there's a chance Simone isn't dead yet.
Isn't dead yet, dear God. The horrid words reverberated through her brain, and she inwardly recoiled. We have to find her, no matter what.
Absolutely.
Reed touched her on the shoulder.
When we find Chevalier, we'll find your friend.
Then let's go, she said. She can't be involved. I'm not arguing about this, you got it? Morissette was adamant, her sharp chin jutting forward with authority. This is serious business. Police business. If you show up and mess things up or get hurt, I can't be responsible. Oh, hell, Reed, would you deal with this?
Nikki, she's right, he said,
and the hand on her shoulder gripped her a little more tightly.
It's not safe.
I don't care. Simone's my friend.
All the more reason, he said sharply.
Dropping his hand, he looked skyward and ran stiff fingers through his hair.
Look, Nikki, please. You can't be involved in this, not at this level. It could be dangerous. We'll drop you off at the station. You'll be safe there, and I'll let you know the minute we find her. But this is the best way for you to help. We'll need a list of all of Simone Everly's friends, family, and acquaintances. Work friends, siblings, anyone you can think of who might have seen her or know where she is. You can call and ask if anyone's heard from her, okay?
You're patronizing me, she accused.
I'm just trying to keep you safe, and play by the rules as much as possible.
Morissette snorted at that. We don't have any time for mollycoddling. You do what he says or we take you home. That's not an option.
Reed's gaze fastened on Nikki's. Just go to the station. I promise the minute I know anything, I'll call. And as soon as we're done with Chevalier, I'll be back. He squeezed her upper arm. Work with me for once, okay?
I don't like this. Neither do we, Morissette said. Fine, I'll go to the station. Or I'll go out of my mind waiting for news about Simone.
Good. We have to work fast.
Pointing at Morissette, he added,
We need to contact everyone who was on that jury. Offer protection. See if anyone strange has contacted them, staked out their homes. Get the most recent picture of Chevalier that we have. Print out 1 million copies, then fax one up to McPhee and Baldwin in Dahlonega. Have one of them show it to the kid who fell down the cliff. He's the only person we know who's seen the killer's face.
You mean the only one who's still alive? Nikki whispered as she stared at her friend's home with its cheery pastel decor. Everything was neat, tidy, in its place. Just the way Simone liked her life.
I mean, he's the only one we can talk to readily, Reed said. But I want a BOLF bulletin sent out through the state. Maybe even farther. Every cop on the southeastern seaboard needs to be on the lookout for this fucker.
Amen, Morissette agreed. We need to find this sick bastard and shut him down. Now. But Nikki had the feeling it was too late. Too many hours had passed. What were the chances that Simone was still alive? She picked up Mikado again and held him close. Hearing the little dog's heart beating was some comfort. I'm taking him with me, she said. And for once, Neither cop objected. "It's dark and cold. So dark and cold, and I can't breathe. And I hurt. Worse than I ever have in my life." She was floating, trying to wake up, and not aware of anything other than the darkness and some awful smell that made her want to retch. She felt a dull ache through her body, and her arm. God, her arm hurt like hell. Her mind was so damned fuzzy, and she couldn't move, could barely breathe. She tried to turn over, and her shoulder hit against something. Pain ripped down her arm. Had she hurt it? She couldn't remember. She coughed, tried to sit up. Bam! Her head thudded against something hard. What the hell was it? And why couldn't she drag in a breath to save her soul? And the stench. Her stomach quivered as the cobwebs in her mind were cleared away by panic. She suddenly realized why she couldn't move, why she couldn't breathe, couldn't move. Oh, God. Oh, no. She felt the cold, rotting flesh against the back of her bare legs and buttocks and shoulders. She was in a coffin, with a dead person. Terror shrieked through her. She screamed as if being impaled, pounded frantically on the sides and top of the coffin. It seemed to shrink around her, pressing against her, creating a space so small she could barely move. "No! Oh, please, no! Help! Someone help!" She was crying and coughing, the fetid air burning in her lungs. The son of a bitch who had captured her was the damned grave robber. Why? Oh, God, why? Within minutes, possibly seconds, she'd run out of air. "Let me out!" she yelled frantically, wailing and shrieking and pounding at the sides of the coffin with her good hand. She kicked, hard, but the steel liner didn't give, only clanged dully as intense pain rocketed up her ankle. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Now she understood. Now she remembered jogging to the gym, thinking of the class, not sensing the evil that had been lurking, not realizing that the monster had set her up and tripped her. She'd seen his face as he'd wrestled her to the ground and thrust the needle into her arm. That's when she'd recognized him, when she'd realized the depths of the evil she faced. Though he'd aged, and his looks had altered, she knew who had done this to her. Fleetingly she remembered the trial, the testimony, the horrid pictures of the crime scene, the chilling murders of a woman and her children. Leroy Chevalier was an animal. He'd beaten Carol Ligotel and her kids mercilessly. He'd raped them all, then forced them to have sex with each other, with their mother. There had been hospital records submitted at the trial, which only seemed to prove how sick and twisted he was. He'd deserved prison, or hell, or both. She'd known when she'd learned of his release that there would be trouble. But she hadn't expected this. No. No, not this. "Help me! Oh, God, help me!" she screamed, her mind running in a crazy, wild kaleidoscope of jagged images, torturing her, while the feel of rotting flesh made her skin crawl. She had to get out. Had to. Surely someone would hear her. Certainly someone would come to her rescue. "You have to do it yourself," she said aloud. Or was it the other person in the grave with her? Oh, God. Did she feel him moving beneath her? Touching her? Running a bony, rotten finger up her spine? Her shriek was the keening wail of an inmate in an asylum, the desperate, psychotic howl of a person whose mind was jagged and torn. "Think, Simone. Think. Don't lose it." As bad as the air was, it still existed, and she thought, "Oh, Jesus, was she imagining it? That there was the hint of fresh oxygen mingling with the sour, malodorous stench of decay." Again she thought she felt something move, a worm or a beetle that had bored into the coffin, or the ghost of whoever it was that she was entombed with, touching her, breathing against the back of her neck. She screamed and clawed, swearing and crying, feeling claustrophobia grip her, knowing her mind was fragmenting. "Hold on, for God's sake. Hold on. Someone will save you. Or will they?" If she ever got out of here alive, she'd kill the bastard with her bare hands. "You'll never get out, Simone." Did someone say that? Or was it her own terrorized mind? "You're going to suffer the same fate as the others, and die slowly and miserably." She heard it then. The spray and rattle of dirt and pebbles falling upon the lid of the coffin. She wasn't yet buried. There was a chance. "Let me out!" Again she pounded, her wrist throbbing, panic spurring her. "Please, please, let me go. I won't tell anyone. Oh, please, don't do this." More clattering, as another scoop of dirt rained upon her tomb. But if she wasn't yet buried, someone besides the sick bastard might hear her. She screamed wildly, kicking, pounding, scraping, pleading. "Help me! Oh, God, someone help me!" But still the dirt thudded above her, and the smell of fresh air seemed to fade with each mind-dulling shovelful. He was going to kill her slowly. There was no escape. The darkness seemed more complete, the air so thin it burned, the stench unbearable, and the corpse beneath her seemed to move, to touch her in the most unimaginable places. That was impossible, she thought for a fleeting second. But that bit of sanity was soon destroyed as the voice in her mind jeered back at her. "You're doomed, Simone. Just like the others." Her shrieks were muffled, her pleadings muted as he filled the yawning hole. But the survivor was hearing Simone Everly's pitiful cries in stereo, not only listening to her screams from the coffin itself, but also hearing very clearly her every breath from the earpiece he'd lodged in one ear. He couldn't resist, though it would have been safer to fill the hole and listen to her recorded cries later. The temptation to hear her as she was actually experiencing her fate was too great. Usually his victims didn't awaken until he was well away from the scene, but Simone Everly had been stronger than he'd anticipated, and the drug he'd used to control her had worn off early. Which was just as well, he thought, as he scooped the damp earth. There was something purely sensual about knowing she was just below him, lying in the coffin beneath a few inches of earth, pleading with him to free her. Oh, she would plead and cry and offer him sexual favors, but even the thought of actually fucking her wasn't as thrilling as what he was experiencing now. The adrenaline rush of hearing her plead and gasp and cry. A soft rain was falling, offering a veil for his actions should anyone climb the locked gates of the cemetery. He was alone, aside for a creature or two that scuttled through the foliage. If he looked through his night vision goggles, he saw them, raccoons, skunks, and possums, huddled beneath the shrubs on the edge of the graveyard, peering at him with wide, suspicious eyes. Go ahead and watch. He thought of the furry witnesses to his crime. He was sweating as he threw the dirt into the grave, her voice fading in the damp, cloud-covered night. He had to work fast, just in case some teenagers or vagrants showed up. But for now, they were alone. He and Simone. She was crying now, babbling incoherently, shrieking occasionally, prattling on about someone touching her and breathing on her, as if she were in the coffin with a ghost. Man, she was really losing it. Which was perfect. Let her fears drive her crazy in the last few minutes of her life. Let her think that there is no way out, that no matter how hard she struggles and pleads and fights, she's doomed. See how it feels, you rich bitch. Chapter 25. I tell you, the creep hasn't been around for a couple of days. Dan Oliver, the manager of Chevalier's apartment building, was more than eager to let them inside. He looked to be around 50, and wore the bitter "I've never caught a break in my life" expression of a man who had lost his youthful dreams years before. Beneath the brim of a dirty baseball cap, his small eyes glittered in a face that carried too much flesh, and he'd barely cast a glance at the search warrant Reed and Morissette had managed to procure. It seemed that Danny Boy had been anticipating them as he led them down a crumbling brick path and down a few steps to a basement. The apartment was nearly subterranean, a small space that had obviously been the work of a handyman hoping to make some extra bucks by taking in a tenant. "Does he have a job? Keep regular hours?" Reed asked, though he knew the answer. "Yeah, he's got a job, if you can call it that. Over at the video store. The guy's a perv, man. He's probably just been watching porn flicks all day. His hours vary, I think, but I don't keep tabs on him. It's not my job. That's what the parole officer does, right?" "But you haven't seen anything out of the ordinary," Reed pressed. "He's a fucking murderer. Everything's out of the ordinary." "Can't argue with that," Morissette said as the door opened. Oliver stood outside and lit a cigarette, while Reed and Morissette entered what was little more than a tomb, with dingy, cracked walls, bare wires, and two tiny windows that were not only covered with dirt, but barred. No light could possibly reach the interior, where a patchwork of carpet was matted and stained, and a recliner held together with duct tape sat in front of a television with drooping rabbit ears adorned with bits of aluminum foil. The TV sat upon a battered bookcase that housed old record albums, though no phonograph was in sight. "Cozy," Morissette muttered under her breath, as she looked at the kitchenette, which consisted of a hot plate and a half-refrigerator. A toilet was in the closet. "Right out of the pages of House Beautiful." "He's only been out a little while. Hasn't had time to consult with the decorator," Reed replied, as he studied Leroy Chevalier's bed, an army cot pushed into a corner and covered by a sleeping bag. Above the cot was the only decoration in the entire apartment, a picture of the Virgin Mary, beatifically looking down as if at Chevalier's bed. Though fully dressed, her heart was visible, her expression kind, loving. "So what'd he do? Hack up another family?" Oliver asked, then sucked hard on his cigarette. "We just want to talk to him." "Sure." "Did he have any visitors?" "I don't know. He keeps mostly to himself. Most of his buddies are in the big house." "No phone?" Reed asked, looking around. "No computer?" Oliver laughed so hard he started coughing. "He's not exactly a high-tech kind of guy." That much seemed true, and the grave robber had contacted both he and Nikki through email, had installed wireless microphones in the coffins, had used technology to his advantage. "Look at this. Morazet had donned a pair of gloves and pulled a scrapbook from the bookcase holding the record albums. She laid it on the recliner and began flipping through the plastic-encased pages. News clippings, now yellowed with age, had been clipped and pasted carefully in the scrapbook. He's obsessed with it.
So where is he?
Reed said, and felt even more uncomfortable. Something was wrong here. Something he didn't understand. Unless Chevalier was a chameleon, unless he was faking them out with this hovel of a living area, unless he was playing them for fools. Reed didn't like it. He was missing something. Something important. Something that could cost Simone Everly her life. The police were closing in. The survivor had heard the information on the police band, could sense them getting closer, felt their collective hot breath on the back of his neck. They'd found the apartment, just as he'd expected, just as he'd planned. He anticipated their next steps. Rounding a corner, he crossed the street and walked down the narrow alley, where trash cans were piled and a suspicious cat glowered at him from the top of a fence. He found his truck, parked in a public lot, in plain view. This time, rather than take a chance that his vehicle would be recognized, he'd dumped a drugged Simone and his tools beneath the shrubbery at the gravesite. He'd hidden his truck and returned to the cemetery later, before Simone had awoken, to finish his work. He found his keys and climbed into his truck. Satisfaction stole through him. He'd delivered his package. It was what he'd expected, what he'd wanted. He knew they'd soon figure out his clues, unless they were complete morons. But he'd fooled them again. All that nonsense with the number 12 was just to whet their appetites, point them in the right direction, but keep them blind to his real target. He drove the speed limit, not encountering any trouble, and parked in the alley. Certain he hadn't been followed, that no one suspected where he'd hidden his lair, he hurried down the steps and slipped into the room where he found his solitude, his peace. Glancing at the pile of Simone Everly's clothes, he smiled, remembered undressing her. She'd been unconscious, of course, while he'd pulled off her warm-up suit and shorts and T-shirt beneath. He'd taken off her jog bra, quietly fondling a breast. God, it had been beautiful, with its fading tan lines indicating she'd sunbathed in a small bikini. On the whitest part of her skin, in sharp contrast, were her nipples, dark, round, perfect. He couldn't stop himself from caressing them, and then he'd pulled off her jogging shorts and found the treasure. A scarlet thong. Barely covering any part of her, and wedged up into her ass to show off the tight, round cheeks. He thought about biting her on the rump, of mounting her from behind, of forcing his hard cock deep into her. But he'd restrained himself. His hands had quivered as he'd removed the red piece of nothing she'd thought were panties. He'd smelled it and touched it with his tongue, while he'd taken the time to get himself off. And then he'd put the thong away, hog-tied Simone, and wrapped her into a tarp with breathing holes. He'd been careful to gag her, just in case she'd woken up during the ride, or in the half hour he'd had to leave her hidden in the dense foliage surrounding the cemetery. Then he'd hauled her to her final resting place. Quickly he sat down and listened to the tape of her screams, heard her beg for mercy, and felt her terror. Perfect, he thought, listening to the sounds over and over. He indulged himself, walked to the bureau, rubbed the bloodstains on the surface, then reached into the drawer where his keepsakes waited. Silk and lace slid through his fingers. He got hard. Real hard. Nikki was slowly going out of her mind. She'd heard nothing. It had been hours, and Nikki was tired as she sat at the barren desk she'd been assigned at the police station. After whining for an hour, Mikado had curled into a ball at Nikki's feet, while she tried to reach Simone's family and friends. A tall, efficient-looking officer named Willie Armstrong was seated near enough to her that she wondered if he'd been told to babysit her and keep her out of trouble. Such was her reputation, she supposed, though she didn't care, as she watched the hands of the clock tick off the minutes and hours with no word from Reed. What had they found at Chevalier's apartment? Surely if he and Detective Morissette had found Simone, they would have called. No such luck. Her heart heavy with fear, her brain creating mind-numbing scenarios of sheer horror for her friend, she'd watched the police department in action from the inside. Even though it was the dead of night, the crew that was working took care of the BOLF bulletin and had copies of Leroy Chevalier's likeness distributed. Nikki had called all of the friends and family of Simone that she could reach. Unfortunately, her parents weren't home, but maybe that was for the best. Why worry them unnecessarily? If it is unnecessary. Finally, she heard Reed's voice and his footsteps on the stairs. Ludicrous as it was, her silly heart skipped a beat. She was on her feet in an instant, but his dark expression when he walked up the steps stopped her cold. Her heart nosedived. "Did you find her?" "No." Morissette was with him. "No trace. Not of her nor Chevalier." "He wasn't home?" "No. Nor did he show up at the video store where he works. We checked. And that's not to be printed, got it?" Morissette said. Reed asked, "Did you find out anything?" "No. No one's seen her since the restaurant." "Hell." Morissette's phone chirped, and she pulled it out of her bag as Reed and Nikki walked into his office. "He's got her, doesn't he?" she asked, as she stood at the window and stared into the dark, relentless night. Mikado had roused and was whining at her feet. "I don't know. Nothing's certain." "But you think so?" He started to argue with her, but stopped himself. The corners of his mouth drew tight. "Yeah. You're right, that is what I think." "I knew it." "I could be wrong." "Yeah, right." She leaned over and picked up Simone's dog. "And the Pope could suddenly get married." She rubbed the crick from the back of her neck. "We have to find some way to get to her, before it's too late." But she knew it probably already was. That there were probably few grains of sand left to run through Simone's hourglass. Clicking off her cell phone, Morissette returned. "They're handling everything here, I checked. We've got a BOLF out, and if anything pops, they'll call me or Siebert." "Where is he?" Nikki scratched Mikado behind his ears. "On his way. He spent the day up in Dahlonega. Said he left a message I never got. Talked to the kid who saw the killer, but the kid couldn't finger Chevalier. Claimed he wouldn't know the guy if he ran into him." She shrugged a slim shoulder. "Who knows if the kid is lying? Siebert thinks he's too afraid of what might happen to him. And his old man wasn't very cooperative. Thinks his boy might have a story that some rag will pay money for. Gee, maybe you can convince the Sentinel to ante up." "We don't pay for news," Nikki snapped. Morissette snorted as she opened her purse and rooted around in it. "No. You just rake up the muck, get people agitated and get in the way." Nikki opened her mouth to protest, but Morissette cut her off. "And don't give me any crap about freedom of the press and letting the people know, because it's all bullshit." "I think she gets it," Reed cut in. "She'd better." Morissette found a pack of cigarettes and shook the last one out. "Be smart, okay?" she suggested to Reed. as she crumpled the empty pack and tossed it into the trash. "I try." His tone was cold as ice, and his ex-partner seemed to get the message. "Okay, maybe I came on a little strong, but I'm beat, and I don't need anyone telling me how to do my job. I'm going to go home to my kids, who are presumably sleeping and don't even know I'm not there. This is no damn job for a mother, let me tell you." She placed the unlit cigarette between lips, showing only a hint of lipstick that had been applied hours earlier. "But you can't just stop looking for him tonight," Nikki protested, worried sick about Simone. The dog whimpered and she set him on the ground. "Not now." Turning pleading eyes on Reed, she said, "Every second counts. Right now, Simone could be in a coffin, trying to get out, hearing shovelfuls of dirt being rained upon her. Dear God, can you imagine what she might be going through? We have to find her. We can't give up." "No one's giving up." Morissette turned swiftly and stared Nikki down. Her already hot temper flared. "If you haven't noticed, Miss Gillette, we've been working our asses off on this one, and all you've been doing is getting in the way. If you can come up with one sound reason why I shouldn't go home, give me an idea of how to handle this any better than I have, then shoot." She waited, cigarette twitching. "Slow down, Sylvie," Reed warned. "We've all put in a long night." "Just keep her in line, okay?" Nikki said slowly, "No one keeps me in line. That's the problem. You're the loose cannon, Gillette, and frankly, I don't have time for it." Morissette glared at Reed. "I'm surprised you do." Retrieving a Bic lighter from her pocket, Morissette stormed out, her boots ringing with each furious step, her anger radiating in nearly visible waves. The entire world seemed to crash down on Nikki. She stood in Reed's office, feeling bereft, Simone's little dog pacing the office. "This is my fault," she said, wounded that anyone, even the prickly woman detective, would think she placed her ambitions or a story before her friend's life. "I didn't come here for a story," she said, and the weight of the night settled deep in her soul. "I just want to find Simone." Tears filled her eyes. "I just want to do everything possible so that she's safe." "I know." He was impossibly kind, the look in his eyes compassionate, and she knew he felt her pain. Hadn't he lost those he held dear? A woman he'd once loved, a child he'd never gotten the chance to meet, to this twisted maniac? "I'm sorry," she said, "for your loss and—" "Shh." He folded her into his arms and rested his chin on her head. He felt so strong, so male, so dependable that she sagged against him and fought the tears that seemed determined to flow. Crying wouldn't help Simone, nor would moping and worrying. She had to take action, find the bastard who did this and stop him, fast. She felt Reed stiffen, and the supporting arms around her dropped as someone cleared his throat. Instinctively, she took a step backward and turned to find Cliff Siebert in the doorway. "Miss Gillette," he said, his voice flat. "You're the last person I expected to find here." "Just on my way home," she replied. "I'm here because my friend is missing." "I heard." His hard features softened a bit. "I'm sorry." "I just hope that you find her, and soon. Come, Mikado." Cliff nodded curtly. "We'll do our best." "Thanks," she said, nearly calling him by his first name and giving away the fact that she was close to Cliff Siebert. Reed didn't know they were friends, had no idea that Siebert was her source within the department, and she wanted to keep it that way. She scooped up the little mutt. "I'll give you a lift," Reed offered, and she managed a weak smile. He motioned to Mikado. "The dog can come, too." "That would be great." She felt Cliff's gaze upon her as she and Reed walked out of the station, but she was too distraught and tired to worry about what he thought. Not that it was any of his business. Outside, the night seemed to close in on her. The dampness reached her bones, the darkness touching her soul. No one was on the street, and the deserted city seemed to take on a sinister hue. Blue light from the street lamps danced eerily upon the wet pavement. She climbed into the El Dorado, and with Mikado on her lap, leaned heavily against the passenger door. Without a word, Reed got behind the steering wheel and wheeled out of the parking lot, nosing the caddy in the direction of her apartment. She felt so tired, her muscles aching, but her mind was in overdrive as she petted the dog and tried vainly to keep guilt at bay. Where was Simone? Did that horrid animal have her? Please keep her safe. Keep her alive. Don't let her die a horrible, mind-numbing death. Outside, the city was quiet, the streets nearly deserted, only few interior lights in the grand old homes shining in the darkness. Inside the El Dorado, Reed held his silence, and all Nikki heard was the rumble of the engine, whine of spinning tires, and crackle of the police band with its short staccato bursts of conversation. Simone's little dog, front feet on the window ledge, nose pressed to the fogging glass, didn't bark or whimper. Nikki tried not to think about Simone, attempting vainly not to envision the horrors of what she might be going through. Finally, Nikki could stand the thick silence between them no more. God, I wonder where she is. Don't beat yourself up thinking about it, Reed said, as he maneuvered through the back alleys and narrow streets. A startled cat jumped out of the shadows and scurried through a wrought iron fence. It's not your fault. I should have met her. You couldn't. Didn't know you were supposed to. Someone stole your phone, remember? But I was careless. Didn't matter. He guided the car around a final corner, then pulled into the lot and took the empty space next to Nikki's Subaru. He would have found a way to get to her. Your phone provided the vehicle, but if he hadn't been able to use your cell, he would have found something else. This creep has a plan. Reed turned off the ignition and the engine died, ticking as it cooled. I still feel responsible, she admitted, reaching for the door handle as condensation blurred the windows, building a flimsy barrier to the outside world. So do I. You aren't her best friend. She petted Mikado, and his stub of a tail wiggled. No, not her friend. Didn't even know her. I'm just a cop, trying to nail the son of a bitch. It's my job. So far, I've failed. A wise man once told me, don't beat yourself up thinking about it. She forced a humorless smile as she threw his words back at him. Not so wise, I think. But I do try to take his advice. You'll catch Chevalier. He nodded, but rubbed the back of his neck and scowled into the darkness beyond the windshield. Yeah. He can't get far. There was a hint of doubt in his voice, one Nikki hadn't heard before. But what? She asked, and saw the consternation tightening the skin over his face, the hesitation in his eyes as he squinted into oncoming headlights. There's something more bothering you about this, isn't there? There's a lot that bothers me. Come on, Reed, spill it. And don't give me any stuff about not reporting it, because we're way past that, okay? I know whatever we talk about here is off the record. As if to add emphasis to her words, Mikado growled and yipped, his breath fogging the passenger window even more. When he didn't answer, she said, "Come on, what is it? Something's bothering you."
Oh, hell.
Reed's fingers gripped the wheel so hard his knuckles blanched.
Something's not hanging together with this one. I want the killer to be Chevalier in the worst way. I want to nail his hide to the wall, and I'm sure Chevalier's tied up in the murders. They're all about him, and the jury panel that convicted him. But I remember Leroy Chevalier as a brutal, useless piece of shit. He was secretive, nasty, dark. A person who would terrorize members of his own girlfriend's family, torture them. I don't see him writing little poems, childish poems, really, and taunting us into a game, if that's what you'd call it. He wasn't the least bit cerebral. And unless he's spent the last 12 years honing his computer skills, I can't see him as having the brains nor the means nor the desire to bait us. He got out, picked up the get-out-of-jail-free card, so why throw it all away? I'm missing a piece here. I just can't figure out what it is.
I don't understand, she said, as she ruffled Mikado's fur. But inside she felt cold as death. If Reed was right, this was worse. She wanted to believe that Leroy Chevalier was behind the murders. She needed to pin a face and a name on the twisted creature stalking the streets of Savannah. As I said, Chevalier was, and probably still is, a brute and a bully, perverted and sick and without any refinement. What surprised me about the entire case was that Carol Legatel, an educated woman, ever hooked up with him. It happens all the time. Think of the women lawyers who get involved with their clients. Rapists, murderers. Doesn't matter. They get sucked in.
It's still stupid.
I won't argue that. But if I remember right, Carol Legatel had lost her job, got no child support from her ex, and was taking care of 3 teenaged kids. She was in debt and teetering on bankruptcy when she met Chevalier. He had a good job with benefits as a trucker. In my opinion, she was desperate.
It just seemed like she could have picked someone who swam a little higher in the gene pool.
Maybe that's what attracted her, that he was rough and tumble. Who knows?
Yeah. Who the hell knows? Reed muttered.
Probably no one will ever be able to figure it out. Good night, Reed. She opened the car door and the interior light blinked on.
Wait.
He grabbed her arm before she could step outside.
I don't like the idea of you being alone here tonight.
His voice was low, a whisper that caused an unlikely tingle to run up the back of her neck. Strong fingers curled over her arm. "Is that a come-on?" she asked, trying to ease the tension.
I'm just concerned.
"I'll be fine."
Will you?
From his expression, it was evident he didn't believe her. "So, do you want to come in?" she asked. "Or not?" He hesitated, glanced up at her turret apartment.
That wouldn't be such a good idea.
Disappointment cut through her, but she managed a wry smile. "Then don't."
Isn't there anywhere else you can stay?
"This is my home. I changed the locks." She managed a thin smile. "And now, with Mikado, I've got a guard dog." Reed snorted as he glanced at the mutt.
Yeah, he's major protection, all right. Can't you stay with your folks?
"I'm not 13, Reed," she said, remembering the sleepless night she'd had in her old bed, with shards of her parents' fights running through her head. "And I wasn't on the jury of the Chevalier trial, so I'm not an intended victim. I don't think I'm in any danger." The hand around her sleeve tightened, and the skin of his face grew taut with concern. No one's safe. Not while he's on the loose. What about staying with your sister?
Nikki shrank from the thought as she imagined overbearing, petulant Lily. The "I told you so's" wouldn't be so much spoken as intimated. Let's not even go there. Lily's about 3 steps up from the grave robber, and my brother Kyle is a head case, as well as allergic to dog dander. Neither of them will want me knocking at his or her door in the middle of the night. Besides, I can't let anyone force me from my home. Grabbing her purse, she pulled free of his grasp. Not even the grave robber.
He's more than a name in one of your stories, Nikki. He's a cold-blooded killer. A guy who gets his jollies by burying people alive. I know you replaced the locks, but big deal. He got in once before. We just assume he had a key, but locks can be picked. Now I've got a deadbolt, which isn't a guarantee.
You're trying to scare me.
Damn straight I am.
Okay, you've done your job. But I'm staying here, in my home. She looked down at the fingers still wrapped around her sleeve. So what's it going to be, Reed? Are you coming up, or what? They were together. From the bell tower of the church a block away, the survivor adjusted his binoculars and watched as Reed climbed out of his car and walked Nikki Gillette and that stupid little mutt up the stairs to her apartment. The survivor wondered if the cop was going to spend the night, if they'd yet become lovers. He'd seen the sparks fly between them, had known that it was only a matter of time before they would end up in bed together, but it galled him nonetheless. Nikki Gillette was just another cunt, like the rest. He felt more than a little bit of envy, even jealousy that Reed was with her. But it'd be short-lived. No matter how torrid the affair was now, it would die quickly. He'd see to it. Holding the binoculars with one hand, he reached into his pocket with the other, past the thick packet he intended to deliver, to the jumble of fabric below. Alone in the bell tower, he rubbed the silken panties he'd taken from his drawer. Nikki's panties. It was a luxury he seldom afforded himself, to remove a treasure from the bureau, but tonight he felt it necessary. The wisp of silk and lace felt like heaven beneath his rough fingertips, and he licked his lips as lust invaded his blood. He itched to screw her, to throw her onto a bed, or better yet, into a coffin, and fuck her over and over again. Her screams of protest would turn into moans of pleasure, and then she'd beg him not only to spare her life, but to thrust into her again and again. In his mind's eye, he saw her beneath him, sweating, writhing, begging. With one hand he rubbed her panties, and felt his cock grow ramrod stiff in anticipation. Sweat broke out on his forehead and made his hands slick on the binoculars. Through the powerful lenses, he saw Reed take the keys from her hand and unlock the door, swinging it open carefully, reaching for the light switch. Unaware that they were being observed. Even through the binoculars, it was difficult to see clearly as Nikki's porch light was dim, the street lamps casting little illumination on the turret, but still, he caught Reed's intimate gesture. After checking the interior, the cop placed his hand on the small of Nikki's back, gently propelling her inside, leaning close, and no doubt whispering to her that it was safe. Reed probably even believed it. But he was wrong. Dead wrong. Chapter 26. He shouldn't stay. No way, no how. But Reed couldn't leave Nikki Gillette's apartment. Not when he had the feeling that she was a target. He'd lost the woman he was watching on the stakeout in San Francisco, had seen her being killed, and could do nothing about it. And then the grave robber had murdered Bobby Jean and the baby. He wouldn't let the same fate happen to Nikki, no matter how hard she protested. So he stood in her small living room, feeling uncomfortable and out of place,
as she placed the dog on the floor. Her cat had hopped onto the counter and, back arched, eyed the interloper as Nikki shed her coat and dropped her purse and computer onto the floor near her desk, where she eyed the answering machine. "No messages." Her voice caught, and she suddenly felt so weary she could barely stand. "Simone didn't call back." She slammed a fist onto the top of the desk. "Damn it all, Reed, he's got her," she whispered. Her tiny fist curled so tightly the cords in the back of her hand were visible. "The bastard has her right now." "Don't think about it." The look she cast him cut him to the quick. "How can I think of anything else?" "I don't know, but try." "I have, but it's impossible." She stretched her fingers and sighed loudly. "What do you think he did to her? How did he lure her? Even if he pretended to be me, didn't she know? Where did he get her? In the parking lot? As she came out of the restaurant?" "Don't do this," he warned. "I can't stop." She jabbed her fingers through the wild riot of curls that had fallen over her eyes. "I see her, in that coffin, waking up, trying to get out." That did it. He crossed the space between them and wrapped his arms around her. "Shh," he whispered against her ear. "Don't torture yourself. It's not helping." "But I feel so guilty." "Fight it. You need to pull yourself together. It's the only way to help her. Why don't you take a bath? Go to bed. Try to find some way to relax," he suggested, feeling the tension in her muscles. "You need to sleep. You'll think more clearly in the morning. We both will." "You're staying?" "Unless you throw me out into the street." She snorted. It was almost a laugh, as if she found the image ludicrous. "And then I'll camp out in the car." "It's cold out there." He lifted a shoulder. "Not that cold. I lived in San Francisco, remember?" "Yeah." She pulled her head back so that she could look him in the eye, even though his arms were still holding them close. Too close. His hips touched hers through their clothing. Her legs were nestled inside of his. "I don't think it'll be necessary for you to bunk in the caddy." "Thanks." Studying him as if she were seeing him with new eyes, she added, "And I'll try to take your advice to try to think positively about saving Simone. I'll try not to freak out or be a damned basket case." "All I can ask." She arched a skeptical eyebrow. "Oh, I think you could ask for a lot more." She was so close he noticed the slight dusting of freckles bridging her nose, watched the play of emotions on her small face as she struggled to pull herself together. "And that would be a mistake." "Undeniably." But she didn't pull away. Her lower lip trembled a bit, and he felt the unlikely urge to kiss her. Hard. To force her thoughts away from the pain of this night. "To where?" "Don't do it, Reed. Don't open a door you can't close." "Let's just—" "Yes, let's." "Keep things in perspective," he said, though his pulse was quickening with the nearness of her, his blood running hotter, the urge to kiss her, to hold her, to touch her, strong. "And focus on what we need to be doing," she added, though he thought he detected a note of reluctance in her voice. "Yes, focus." He stared into her eyes and saw the hint of desire in her gaze. Or was it desperation? It would be easy to make love to her. So easy. And he knew that tonight, because of everything she'd been through, because of her need to be comforted, she'd give in to him. Easily. Even eagerly. But in the morning, with the light of dawn, everything would change. "Focus," he repeated, damning himself for his lust. Women had always been his downfall. Probably always would be. But he didn't want to make another mistake. Not with this woman. "Focusing is good." He kissed her crown and released her. "I don't know if it's good or not." If she was disappointed, she hid it and forced one side of her mouth into a half-smile. "Okay." With a shrug, she turned and walked the few steps to her kitchen. "So, would you like something to drink?" "I've got beer, I think." She opened the refrigerator and, leaning over the door, frowned at what he assumed to be meager contents. "Make that I've got 1 light beer and a bottle of semi-cheap wine." He was about to protest when she said, "Don't give me any of that garbage about you being on duty, because we both know you're not. Nor are you officially on this case, nor should you be in my apartment anyway, as it's kind of like consorting with the enemy, right? So a glass of California's not-so-finest shouldn't be a problem." "I'm not much of a wine drinker." "Indulge me," she suggested, as she kicked off her shoes and then left them in the middle of the kitchen floor. "Since you're staying anyway, why don't you take your coat off?" Even though she attempted another smile, there was no amusement in her voice, and her dimple failed to appear. Her eyes, when she looked over her shoulder at him, were dark, haunted, worry and fear evident in their green depths. He tossed his jacket over the back of one of the kitchen chairs and did the same with his shoulder holster and pistol. "You wear that all the time?" she asked, but knew the answer. She'd noticed the bulge of his weapon on more than one occasion. "I like to be prepared." "A regular Boy Scout, are you?" He snorted. "Been a long time since anyone even suggested it." "Then forget I said it." Some of the tension had eased out of her face as she eyed the contents of her refrigerator. "So, back to business. Now, let's see. Here we go." She retrieved a chilled bottle, let the door swing closed, then rummaged around in a drawer, making a lot of racket before coming up with the corkscrew. "I'm really lousy at this," she admitted. "Maybe you should do the honors." Grateful for something to do, he rolled up his sleeves, opened the bottle, and poured 2 mismatched goblets of Chardonnay. "Here's to better days." He touched the rim of his glass to hers. "Much better days. And better nights, too." "Amen." He took a swallow. The wine wasn't half bad, and Reed felt himself unwind. The tension in his shoulders eased a bit. His jaw wasn't as tight. Nikki, too, seemed to relax, if just a little. The haunted look didn't leave her eyes, but the lines of strain around the corners of her mouth faded, and she managed to change into a nightgown and robe somewhere between the first and second glasses of wine. Even the cat had mellowed out, taking up his vigil on the desk as the dog, after a small meal of dry cat food, had finally settled onto a bed of blankets Nikki had arranged near the door. "So where do you think Chevalier is?" Nikki asked, as she finished her second glass of wine. She hitched her chin toward the window. "Outside." "Somewhere." But he was bothered. "You're still not convinced he's the grave robber?" she asked around a yawn. Would he be so stupid? Get out of prison and start knocking off the jury who sent him up the river? Some killers can't control themselves. The killing's the thrill. It has nothing to do with logic. "God, Reed, I'm dead," she said, then cringed. "Sorry. Bad choice of words." "Go on," he said. "What about you?" "I'll crash here." He slapped the pillows of the small couch. "You don't fit." "I've had worse. It beats the El Dorado." She almost laughed as she crossed the room and placed a kiss upon his cheek. "For a crusty old cop," she said, "you're really a very sweet man."
"Don't let it get out. My reputation at the station would be ruined."
She did laugh then, and he tried not to notice the way her robe gapped to show a gauzy nightgown, nor the hollow between her breasts, nor a bit of nipple that peeked out as she leaned over him. "Don't worry. I am fairly certain any reputation you've already earned is as black as tar."
"You're probably right."
"There's no probably about it." He kissed her then, grabbed her, pulled her close, and as she tumbled onto him, pressed his lips against hers with an urgency he hadn't anticipated. She didn't fight, but opened her mouth to him and returned his fervor. Closing his eyes, he felt the blood rush through his veins, the heat on his skin, the hardness in his groin.
"Don't do this, Reed. Haven't you learned your lesson? Think of Bobby Jean. Remember what happened to her, to the baby."
His hands tangled in her hair, and he forced her head to loll to one side so that he could brush his mouth across that seductive spot where her neck joined her shoulders, and felt her shudder. Her arms surrounded him, and she sighed loudly. "Reed, I don't know."
"Shh, darling," he whispered into her hair. "I just wanted to say goodnight."
"Like hell." She pulled her face away from his. "We both wanted something a lot more than a goodnight kiss." He smiled.
"Well, yeah, I suppose."
"There's no supposin' about it, Detective."
"I can wait."
"Can you?" Her eyes glittered a sexy shade of green. Her skin was flushed, and for the first time since she'd realized Simone Everly was missing, she showed just the hint of a dimple as she dropped another kiss on his forehead. "Are you sure?" Her voice had taken on a deeper, naughty tone.
"Yeah, but you're not making it any easier."
"Which was all part of my diabolical scheme," she teased, sighing and pushing his hair from his eyes. "You and me. Who would have thunk?"
"Not me," he said.
"Me neither. I wasn't sure I even liked you."
"I knew I didn't like you. Now, I think we should get some sleep, before we both do something we'll regret."
As he straightened, he gave her a playful swat on the rump. "Tease," she said, opening an antique armoire where she pulled out a quilt and pillow, and then tossed them both to him. "Knock yourself out," she said, as she walked into the bedroom. He was left with a lasting impression of her hips moving beneath the white bathrobe, and a tangle of strawberry blonde curls hanging past her shoulders, and a hard-on that wouldn't quit. She shut the door, and Reed heard the latch click. Jesus, what was he thinking? Nearly making love to Nikki Gillette. Not a good idea. Not a good idea at all. He was a fool to consider her as anything but a reporter for that rag, the Sentinel. As she'd so aptly stated earlier, she was, in fact, the enemy. But the image of her leaning over him, flashing him a tantalizing view of her breasts, lingered. Sleep was bound to be impossible. He'd never be able to put it out of his mind that she was only a few feet away, lying on a bed with her hair fanned out around that incredible, intelligent face, her tight body naked and willing beneath a thin, gauzy nightgown. Yep, it was gonna be a long night. Stacking his hands behind his head, he forced his testosterone-pumped thoughts away from Nikki Gillette to Leroy Chevalier and his trial 12 years ago. Chevalier's lawyer had changed his defendant's wardrobe. Gone were Leroy Chevalier's jeans and work shirts, replaced by a smart navy blue suit, white shirt, and conservative tie. Chevalier's unkempt long hair and straggly beard were suddenly history. He was now clean-shaven, with a neat, nearly military haircut that framed a newly visible face that included a square jaw, prominent nose, and big, expressive eyes beneath a ridge of dark eyebrows. Chevalier had shed a few pounds, losing his gut and slovenly appearance. In the courtroom, he looked more like an executive or a member of a country club than an independent trucker with a marred history of barroom fights and domestic violence. Leroy Chevalier had once broken a pool cue over a man's head, another time been arrested for breaking his live-in girlfriend's nose and collarbone, compliments of his steel-toed boots, and in yet another instance had been hauled in for the attempted rape of a 14-year-old girl, another girlfriend's niece. In each and every case, he'd gotten a slap on the wrist, serving little time. Chevalier was mean, angry, and a brute who, in the murder of Carol Ligatil and her children, deserved no less than the death sentence. Between the judge and jury, he'd ended up with 3 consecutive life sentences for the deaths of Carol, Becky, and Marlon Ligatil. At the trial, Chevalier's defense attorney had attempted to blur the facts, insisting the children's biological father, Stephen, a known cocaine addict with a history of violence all his own, was to blame. Though Stephen hadn't had much of an alibi, just an old friend who'd insisted they'd been on a hunting trip together, the evidence pointed too strongly toward Leroy Chevalier. And Carol's youngest child, Joey, who had survived with serious wounds that had hospitalized him for several weeks, had haltingly testified against his mother's boyfriend. On the witness stand, Joey had been embarrassed, afraid to look at Chevalier during the trial, sometimes whispering his testimony so quietly that Judge Ronald Gillette had asked the boy to repeat his answers. Joey Ligatil and Ken Stern's testimony had hushed the courtroom. Along with Chevalier's past history, some of which had been documented and allowed in the courtroom, and the physical evidence at the crime scene, including a bloody boot print from Chevalier's work boots, had sealed the bastard's fate, until DNA had proved otherwise. Well, not really proved, but at least created a reasonable doubt. And that's all it had taken to set the monster free. Reasonable doubt my ass. So why now, after getting off for the murders, would Chevalier start this rampage, daring the police to catch him? It didn't make sense. Reed listened to the wind slap the branches of a tree against the window, and wondered if Nikki was getting any sleep on the other side of the door. He considered checking on her, but decided against it. No need to tempt fate any more than he already had. Where am I? Simone's eyes flew open. She'd been asleep or drugged, and had the feeling of oppression. A huge weight was laying heavy on her chest. She was so uncomfortable, and she was gasping for breath. The nightmare had been so real. And then she knew. She hadn't been asleep at all. She'd passed out, inside the coffin with the body. Oh, God. Her mind slipped in and out of consciousness as she tried to fight, tried to think of a way out. But the corpse beneath her, the small space and lack of oxygen played upon her, tricked her mind. Screaming frantically, she recoiled as the sound rebounded back at her, ricocheting like a million lunatics railing upon her. She thought something moved against the back of her neck, and she squealed again, her scream echoing and re-echoing through her brain. There was no hope, no way out. Something squished beneath her. Bones scraped her naked skin, and her mind fragmented into 1,000 painful shards. Memories of Andrew skittered through her brain. Far in the distance, somewhere in the darkness where her soul had run to, she knew she was going to die. What remained of rational thought shriveled at the thought of the dead person beneath her, the sharp ribs and fleshless fingers that were scratching up at her. Trembling, She felt the slimy, soft tissue clinging to her skin, rubbing into her hair. Tears streamed from her eyes. She coughed and tried vainly to drag in enough air for her tortured lungs. Feebly she kicked at the sides of the coffin as the oxygen ebbed. In a last fit of sanity, she realized she was doomed to die like this, horribly. She thought of Andrew one last time and gave up a final, harrowing scream. The smell of coffee and a dog yapping in the distance roused Nikki from a heavy sleep laden with nightmares. A dull ache throbbed behind her eyes, and a heavy weight, like an anvil, pushed down on her chest. It was just the effects of the bad dreams. That was it. Her eyes flew open. Oh, God. Simone was missing, and Pierce Reed was in the living room. It wasn't part of a nightmare. The dog was Mikado. She flung back the covers, walked to the bathroom, used the toilet, and flung water from the sink over her face. She looked like hell. Black smudges of mascara rimmed her eyes, and her hair was even more unruly than ever. Not that she could do anything about it now. She snapped her hair into a ponytail, scrubbed her face, and slid into a pair of khaki pants and a knit top before opening the door and having Mikado launch himself at her. "Hey, how are you?" she asked, rubbing the dog behind his ears. "Not glad to see you," Reed observed sarcastically. The little dog streaked around the coffee table, running in fast, furious circles, as from the top of the bookcase, Jennings eyed the rambunctious white tornado with feline contempt. She finally caught the dog, and was rewarded with an enthusiastic face wash. "Slow down, you," she said, giggling despite her worries. "Coffee?" Reed poured a big mug from a pot he'd obviously brewed this morning. A dark beard shadow covered his jaw. His hair was mussed, the tail of his shirt hung outside his pants, and his feet were bare. But he still looked sexy as hell as he glanced at her over his shoulder. "Black?" "Today, yes. The blacker the better." She remembered drinking more wine than she should have, kissing him on her little couch, then nearly making love to him only a few hours earlier. It seemed foolish now in the light of day. She put a wiggling Mikado down on the floor, and he immediately walked into the kitchen, inspecting Jennings' empty food dish. "Don't let him fool you. I already fed him and took him outside for his morning constitutional." "And brewed the coffee." "Efficiency's my middle name." He handed the steaming mug to her, and she took it gratefully. "I guess. But you're in trouble, Reed, because now I know your secret," she said, blowing across her cup. He arched an eyebrow, silently encouraging her as he leaned his hips against the counter and drank from a chipped cup she'd bought years ago at a garage sale. "Hard-boiled ace detective at night, domestic goddess in the morning." He nearly choked on a swallow. "Yeah, that's me, all right." "You could hire out." "I might have to," he admitted. "After this case, I'll probably lose my badge." "The police department's loss is Merry Maid's gain," she quipped, referring to a local housekeeping service. She took an experimental sip. The coffee was hot and strong. "Just as long as you don't print it." "Moi?" she mocked, splaying the fingers of one hand over her heart. "Never." "Yeah, right." He drained his cup, tossed the dregs into her sink, then slid into his socks and shoes. "It's been fun, but duty calls." He tucked in his shirt, slid one arm through his holster, and grabbed his jacket. "Keep me posted," she said, "if you hear anything about Simone." "I will." He started for the door, then turned quickly and cleared his throat. "About last night." "Don't." Holding up a hand, she said, "Let's just forget it." He felt a slow smile spread from one side of his mouth to the other. Just for the record, let's get something straight. What? Though he knew he was probably making a mistake he'd regret for the rest of his life, he crossed the short distance between them, removed the cup from her fingers, wrapped an arm around her waist, and dragged her body tight against his. "What are you—" He kissed her, soundly, so there would be no question about what he felt. She squeaked a bit of protest before her lips molded to his and she melted against him, locking her arms around his neck before he finally lifted his head. "Now, do we have an understanding?" She raised slumberous green eyes to his. "And how, Detective? And how?" Sylvie Morissette punched the accelerator of her little car and tore around a corner on her way to work. She'd just dropped her kids off at school and preschool. For once, both her daughter and son were healthy and in school, seemingly not suffering from the lack of quality time with their mother. Fortunately, Bart, their unemployed, broke father, was pinch-hitting in the care department, and for that Sylvie was grateful. At least he seemed to understand that, until the grave robber was nabbed, Morissette would be logging in hours and hours of overtime. But she missed working with Reed. Cliff Siebert was a pansy-ass and a hothead. Smart enough, but flawed. Morissette's friend Celia had once made the comment that all men were seriously flawed. It was just in their nature. But Sylvie thought it went further than that. They were fatally flawed. Period. As proved by Reed. What the hell was he thinking? She slid in her favorite Alabama CD and cranked up the bass as the country music filled her car. What the hell was Reed thinking, getting involved with Nikki Gillette? He could protest it to the heavens, but Morissette recognized what she'd witnessed last night when they were together. The guy was getting crotch-deep in trouble. Hadn't he learned anything with Bobby Jean Marks? Morissette poked in the cigarette lighter as she braked for an amber light that was about to turn red. She'd never thought Pierce Reed was a fool, but she'd been wrong, she decided, picking up her pack of Marlboro Lights and shaking out a cig. When it came to women, Reed thought with his dick. The lighter clicked and she lit up just as the traffic light turned to green. Rolling down the window, she made a final turn toward the station. Her cell phone beeped. "Great. Just give me 2 minutes, will you?" she growled as she pushed the mute button on her CD player and flipped her phone open. "Detective Morissette." "Where are you?" "Cliff Siebert." "In the lot. I'll be up in about half a minute." "Don't bother," he said. "I just got a call from the caretaker at Peltier Cemetery." "Don't tell me. Our boy's been busy." "You got it. A unit's already been dispatched, and Diane Moses has been called." "Okay, hotshot. Let's go check it out." "I'm on my way down," Cliff said, and hung up. Morissette took a long drag on her cigarette and wished to hell that she was waiting for Reed instead of Siebert, just as Reed's Eldorado wheeled into the lot. Nikki dashed around the puddles in the parking lot and held her purse over her head as a cloudburst drenched the city. She fumbled with the lock on her car door before she realized the Subaru was open. "Stupid," she muttered, feeling raindrops slide beneath the collar of her coat. In her haste yesterday, she must have left the damned car unlocked, inviting anyone in. She was lucky she still had her stereo. She dropped her purse and laptop onto the passenger seat and finger-combed her hair as she slid behind the wheel. She looked the wreck she was. She'd slept fitfully in only a few hours, but she had to go into work and try to sort through all the clues she had on the grave robber. That bastard had her friend, and Nikki intended to ferret him out. She'd searched the internet, the archives at the paper, talked to anyone who knew anything about Leroy Chevalier and the damned trial, especially the jurors who were still living. Maybe one of them had seen Chevalier recently, and she'd talked to the kid in Dahlonega, and Ken Stern, Carol Ligatel's brother, along with Stephen and Joey Ligatel and anyone else connected with the original trial. She'd leave no stone unturned. Deciding her hair and makeup were a lost cause, she plunged her key into the ignition when she noticed her cell phone in the cup holder. Her hands froze over the wheel. The phone wasn't there last night. It wasn't. She and Reed had looked. Her stomach twisted at the thought that someone had been watching, waiting. She swallowed hard, glanced through the foggy windows and saw no one, double-checked the back seat and hatch area, but the car was empty. Telling herself not to panic, she picked up the phone and checked for messages. None. But when she looked at the menu for missed calls, she saw Simone's number. Oh, God. She bit her lip and pressed the menu button for recent outgoing calls. The last one was Simone's number. Shit. She blinked hard and was about to call Reed when she noticed the corner of a padded envelope sticking out from under the passenger seat. Some old notes that had slid from her briefcase. But she didn't remember losing anything. It was unfamiliar. Probably left when the phone had been returned. By someone who had been watching her place. Someone who had probably seen her return with Reed. Her heart pounded with dread. Tugging the packet out of its hiding spot, she felt a cold, deadly premonition, a sliver of fear slide down her spine. The packet wasn't sealed, nor addressed, nor did it have any hint of postage. Inside was a single cassette tape. From the grave robber. He'd been in her car not once, but twice. Once to steal her cell phone, the other to return it with this package. All the spit dried in her mouth. Again she peered frantically through the fogging windows, but she caught no glimmer of anything out of the ordinary on this gray December morning. She thought about taking the envelope back to her apartment, locking the door and calling Reed. Instead, she locked the car doors. As if that'll do any good. He's got the key, remember? Unless you left it unlocked. She turned on the ignition and backed out of her space. There was a chance he might be watching, might be hidden in the mist of early morning. With shaking fingers, she eased the hatchback out of the lot and headed toward the police station. At the first red light, she popped the cassette into the tape deck. For a second, there was only silence, the hum of the tape running, and then a few muffled scratches and scrapes. A sharp bang, the tape hissing, and a woman's voice. Oh! A long, lonely, soul-wrenching moan. The hairs on the back of Nikki's neck stood on end. There was a second of silence, then another painful groan. The spit in Nikki's mouth dried. A scrape, and more intense moaning. Jesus, Nikki whispered, her heart hammering. No. Her mind was racing, her fingers clenching the wheel in a death grip. It couldn't be. It couldn't. More moaning and scraping, frantic clawing, and then... Oh, God. She heard Simone's voice as clearly as if her friend were seated in the seat next to her. No? Let me out. Please, Simone pleaded. Nikki's hand flew to her mouth. She let out a horrified cry. No, no, no. Her eyes and throat burned. Not Simone! Not Simone! "Help me! Help me! Oh, God, please help me!" Simone screamed above a frantic pounding and scraping. "Please no," Nikki whispered, imagining her friend's terror, the horror of being locked in a coffin underground. A loud bang, then a snap and a yelp. Nikki jumped. Her foot slid off the brake. The car jerked forward before she tromped on the brake again, but she didn't see the traffic, nor hear the horns blasting at her. All she heard, all she imagined was her friend, naked, cold, scared out of her wits. There was more pounding and frantic breathing on the tape, mewling, crying. Nikki's skin crawled and she began to cry, tears running from her eyes. A horn blared. Startled, Nikki saw that the light had changed. She punched the accelerator, tires squealing through the intersection, barely noticing the trucker who held out his hands as if asking her what she was thinking. Her concentration was on the horrific noises, the scraping and mewling and sheer panic emanating from the speakers. She could barely maneuver her hatchback into the next alley. Trembling, she threw her little car into park. Tears rained from her eyes as the Subaru idled. The hideous clawing, banging, and crying poured from the speakers. "Help me, please. Andrew, Nikki, someone. I'll do anything. Where am I?" Nikki began to shake uncontrollably. Simone was crying, whispering incoherently, but still Nikki heard her despair, her fear, her abject horror. "Oh, no," Nikki whispered to the empty car. "No, no." Angrily, she pounded an impotent fist on the steering wheel. There was a gap in the tape. Silence for a while. Then Simone's voice again. Frailer now. Gasping. "I can't see. Please. Let me out," she pled. And Nikki squeezed her eyes shut as if she could block out the ghastly image of Simone, lying in a coffin somewhere, no doubt wedged onto the top of a decomposing dead person, while the air slowly seeped out of the tomb. "Oh, God, help me." "I wish I could," Nikki said, knowing in her heart it was too late. A tortured scream ripped through the car's interior, a shriek of fear so horrifying Nikki knew it would be with her for the rest of her life. She threw open the door and retched at the side of the alley, all the while hearing the last pitiful sounds coming from the stereo. As she straightened in the seat and wiped her sleeve over her mouth, she closed her eyes, imagined the horror her friend had experienced. "Please, God, don't let me die alone." A scream of pure agony ripped through the speakers, and Nikki sobbed out loud. "No, no, please. Simone." She strained to listen, but heard nothing more. Just the cold hiss of the empty tape. Chapter 27. "Trouble at Peltier Cemetery," Morissette said, as Reed climbed out of his caddy. She was standing in the department parking lot, the driver's door to a cruiser open and waiting, taking a final drag on her cigarette. Cliff Siebert ready to ride shotgun. At the news, Reed tensed. Imagined the victim was Simone Everly. Knew Nikki would be destroyed. A grave disturbed last night. Damn. Reed's jaw ached. "Hey, he's not on the case," Siebert reminded her sullenly. Let's go. Hold on a minute, bucko. Morissette looked pissed and tired as hell as she flicked the remains of her filter chip into a puddle where it sizzled and died. This case was getting to her, to them all. We've still got a little time, she flung over her shoulder. Dispatch has already sent a car and Diane Moses's people are on their way, right? Yeah, but this is our case. We're going. Just give me a minute. Morissette slammed the cruiser's driver's side door shut as the younger cop slid into the passenger seat. Over-anxious idiot, she muttered under her breath as she and Reed met. Look, we don't know yet, but our best guess is that Simone Everly is in that coffin. You might want to come along and then, if so, contact Nikki Gillette yourself. I know they were close and... Oh, hell, I gotta go. But I laid into her pretty bad last night. Let's not jump to conclusions. What are the odds that it's someone else? Morissette asked. Reed didn't want to think. I'll meet you there, he said, as his cell phone beeped. Caller ID indicated Nikki was on the line, or someone who'd taken her phone. His gut clenched. Reed, he answered, as Morissette climbed into the cruiser and wheeled out of the lot. Thank God. Pierce. Oh, he contacted me, she said, her words barely gasps. Who? But he knew. He was already on his way to the El Dorado. I got a package, a recording. Oh, God, it's Simone. He killed her. That damned bastard buried her alive and sent me the recording. She was crying, hiccuping and sniffing. Where are you? Holding the phone to his ear, he found his keys and started the engine. In an alley, not far from home. She gave him the cross street and address. Are you safe? What do you mean? Did anyone follow you? He nosed the caddy into traffic. Oh, Jesus, she whispered, and there was a pause. I don't know. Lock the doors and stay on the line with me. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Good. He made it in 7, and Nikki was never so glad to see anyone in her life. She threw open the car door and flung herself into his arms. That son of a bitch. That goddamn son of a bitch killed her. She wanted to sink into the strength of him, to close off the world, to find some kind of solace in someone stronger. Shh, he whispered into her hair as raindrops fell from a gray Savannah sky. He held her close, so close, and it felt so right. I'm here. She shuddered, trying to erase Simone's screams from her mind, knowing rationally that she couldn't help her friend by falling apart, and yet emotionally splintering into a million painful pieces. He left it in my car, she said, sniffing, and finally pulling her head back to look up at him and see the concern etched upon his features. Was the car locked? No, but maybe I forgot. I don't know. He's been in the car before. Got my cell phone. Do you have an extra key? No. Well, yes. I left one with my dad years ago, with the house keys. You know, in case there was a problem. Kind of a backup. No one else? No, I don't think so. Simone? Nikki snorted as she thought of her friend's sleek BMW. She never borrowed it, no. What about that old boyfriend? Sean? Yeah. Not recently, but maybe. Oh, I let lots of people use it over the years. It's old enough to have a cassette player rather than a CD player. Can I see the tape? She nodded. Listen to it. Oh, God. It can wait. No, it's all right. Reluctantly, she pulled out of his embrace, and they both got into her car. Nikki started the engine and rewound the tape, then played it for Reed. Again, Simone's voice filled the small interior. Again, horrid images cut through Nikki's mind. Finally, there was only silence. "Jesus," Reed whispered, and it almost sounded like a prayer. "She's dead." Nikki felt the tears again. Tears born of sorrow, pain, and guilt. Overwhelming guilt. If only she'd met her friend last night. If only she'd called. He grabbed her hand, laced his fingers through hers. "There's been another disturbance at a cemetery." She felt the blood drain from her face. "You found her?" "Don't know yet. A team's been sent to Peltier Cemetery just outside the city." "We have to go there. Now." "I won't be able to let you inside the scene," he said, his eyes dark, the fingers holding hers tightening. "You can stay in the car or join the rest of the press, but that's as far as it'll go." "But you'll let me know if the body is Simone?" "Absolutely." She leaned back against the headrest, closed her eyes, and drew in a big, calming breath. The kind Jake Vaughn insisted they take before and after kickboxing class. "Okay," she said. "Let's go." "First, Nikki, I need the tape." She opened her eyes and nodded. "And your cell phone?" "But—" She started to protest, then didn't. The police needed anything the killer had touched, for evidence. "You touched the phone and tape without gloves?" "Unfortunately, yes. I'm sure my fingerprints are on them both, but the police have my prints on file." When he looked at her, she added, "There was another incident, years ago. I think I told you about Corey Selwood. When he was a kid and I thought stalking me, the police needed my prints to compare to others in my house." "But no one else touched the phone or the tape since you found them this morning?" "No." "Hold on a second." She watched as he walked to the caddy and retrieved 2 plastic bags from his glove compartment. Once he returned to her car, he used a handkerchief and placed the phone in one bag, then carefully extracted the vile recording from the player and dropped it into the other bag. She showed him the envelope, and he took it as well, sealing it in the plastic envelope with the tape. "You know I'm going to have to impound the car," he said, "just in case the son of a bitch left any evidence behind." "Now wait a minute, Reed. I can't be without a car." As distraught as she was, she couldn't imagine that she would have to give up the Subaru. "Nikki," he reproached, and she didn't argue. Fine, just take me to a rental agency after the cemetery." "You're sure you want to go?" "Absolutely." Reed called for someone to retrieve her car, and once the officers and tow truck arrived, Nikki signed all the appropriate papers, then climbed into Reed's caddy, and as he drove through the rain-washed streets toward the outskirts of town, she was silent, her heart filled with dread, her world darker than it had been only a day before. What would she do once she knew the truth? Race to the office and write an intimate story as she was close to the victim? Work hard to edge out the competition on the most recent killing by the grave robber? She barely noticed the change of scenery as they reached the bend in the river where Peltier Plantation had once stood. Now, police vehicles, news vans, and unmarked cars clustered around the main gate, where a uniformed police officer stood guard, waving through other cops, but keeping the public and press at bay. Reed passed the WKAM rig and parked behind the crime scene van. As Nikki stared out the window, She noticed Norm Metzger arriving in his Impala. Thankfully, he didn't even glance her way as he joined the crowd at the gate. To Nikki, the media frenzy was suddenly personal and ugly. These people with their recorders and cameras were her peers, her contemporaries, and they were rabid for news, any kind of sensational news, regardless of the tragedy involved, not caring that Simone Everly had been a living, breathing, loving and charismatic individual, a person, not just a story. How many times were you one of them? How often would you have done anything for a story? How many bereaved people did you interview, looking for that little gem in their personal catastrophe, that unique angle that would push you onto page 1? Her stomach heaved, and she thought she might be sick. If there was any way that Simone could have survived, if the grave robber had just once shown some mercy. But she knew better. The tape proved it all. She stared through the watery drizzle on the windshield, as Metzger and the others craned their necks for a better view, and shoulder cameras were elevated in hopes of a glimpse of the grave robber's work. Overhead, the sound of a helicopter's blades indicated that a television station was going airborne for a panoramic shot of the graveyard, with a zoom lens focusing on the police sifting through the evidence, exhuming the coffin, perhaps opening it. Grief and guilt tore at her soul. Her stomach roiled again, and she flung open the door and threw up on the bent grass. She didn't care if anyone saw her, didn't even notice the tears streaming down her face as she coughed and wiped her mouth. She was too focused on what she had to do. She couldn't just let the bastard get away with this. Couldn't let him terrorize the city and kill again. The damned grave robber was communicating with her, using her. It was time to turn the tables. She had to find the son of a bitch and nail his sick hide to the wall, no matter what it took. They had to wait until all the evidence had been collected around the gravesite before they could remove the coffin. Shoe prints were measured, photographed, and cast. The surrounding grounds searched, and the dirt sifted for anything that might lead to the grave robber's identity. Savannah police officers worked side by side with the FBI, along with an agent named Haskins, a skeletal-looking man with a freckled pate and hooked nose. Morissette directed the investigation, Cliff Siebert in close attendance, his expression dark and unreadable. At the sight of Reed, he visibly tensed. Reed stood nearby in the hastily constructed tent, knowing with a steadfast certainty who shared the grave of Tyrell Delmonico Brown, one more juror in the Chevalier trial. Tyrell Brown, Morissette had already informed him, had died barely a month earlier. Single car accident on the interstate. A blown tire coupled with a high alcohol content in his bloodstream and lack of a seatbelt had combined to send the 37-year-old father of 2 to this grave. "I assume you're videotaping everyone who shows up here," he said to Morissette. She shot him a look that told him he should know better. "Yeah, and we'll compare it to the other tapes we've got of the other crime scenes to see if we have any special guests." "Good. And you've checked out Sean Hawk and Corey Selwood?" "Still working on those, but yeah, we're looking into them." Her lips tightened over her teeth as she added, "Even though we know Chevalier is our man." "Right." Reed couldn't disagree. Chevalier was the glue that held this case together, and it made sense that Chevalier would be contacting him, because he helped with the collar. The senior detective, Clive Bateman, was already dead, alcoholism having sent him to an early grave at 58. Reed remembered the case all too clearly, and the incidents leading up to Carol's brutal slaying. How many times, before he'd been assigned to homicide, had Reed or some other detective been called out to the Chevalier home, a small, run-down cottage with an overgrown yard and a dog tied to the tree. How many times had he seen Carol or her children battered? How many times had she refused to press charges? He remembered vividly one incident as he had stood on the porch of that little house. Flies and mosquitoes had buzzed around his head. The dog had barked, and Carol's 3 children had been hanging out. Marlon, the eldest boy, had been working on a dilapidated old Dodge that had been rusting in the driveway. His hair had fallen over his eyes, and he'd studied Reed suspiciously and wiped his hands on an oily rag. The younger boy, Joey, had been at his brother's side, peering beneath the hood at an engine that, Reed had guessed, hadn't started in a long, long while. Joey, too, had turned his eyes on Reed as the detective had urged their bruised mother to press charges. Carol's daughter Becky had been insolently smoking a cigarette on the porch and swatting at the flies. "She won't do it," Becky had interrupted, tossing her streaked hair off her shoulders. "Hush! This isn't your business." One of Carol's eyes had been swollen and bruised, the white part bloody and red. Her nose hadn't been broken that time, nor her jaw, but she'd still looked like hell. "Not my business?" Becky repeated, smoke filtering out of her nostrils. "I suppose it's not my business when that fat old turd—" "Stop it." Carol had turned back to Reed. "Please leave, Detective. You're just upsetting my family." "I'm not what's upsetting them." Reed's gut had churned. He was certain the whole damned family was suffering under Chevalier's quick temper and heavy fists. "Get the hell out." Marlon had strode to the porch and placed himself squarely between his mother and Reed. "She don't want any help from the police." "But he's right," Joey had said. He was thin and gawky and had crept up the porch steps behind his brother. His eyes were round with worry. "The detective's right." "Miss Ligetel, for the sake of your children and your own safety, please don't back down now." "Just leave, Detective Reed. This is family business." "Dad wouldn't do this to you," Joey said stubbornly. "He wouldn't make us—" "You don't know what your father would do," Carol burst out. "He's a psycho. But he wouldn't—" "Shut up, Joseph. You don't know your father. Not the way I do." "I want to go live with him." "Do you? Oh, for the love of God, you'd last 10 minutes with that son of a bitch. He's a druggie. He threw us out, remember? All of us. He doesn't love you, Joey." Her stern face softened as she reached out to touch her youngest son's face. The boy jerked away. "Stephen Legatel doesn't understand love. He only knows hate." "And what does Leroy know?" Becky said. "He's sick, Mom. A perv. He takes care of us." Becky snorted and squashed her cigarette in a pot where petunias were busy dying. "He sure does." She looked at Reed. "Don't come back here again. It's a waste of your time." She pointed to her mother with her chin. "She's not going to listen." "That's right," Marlon agreed, scowling down at the floorboards, his dirty hands clenched into fists. He'd been suffering from guilt, Reed had assumed, the eldest boy, unable to save his mother from the monster she'd tied herself to. "No, he can't leave." Joey turned big eyes on Reed. "You can get rid of him. You can send him away." "If your mother presses charges." Spinning so fast he nearly stumbled, Joey glared at the woman who had brought him into this hell of a world. "You have to do it. You have to." "Joey, please." "He's gonna kill us, Mom. He's gonna kill all of us." "Then just run away, you little chicken," Becky muttered. Reed said, "Mrs. Legatel, this has to be stopped. I can help." He reached into his pocket and withdrew a card.
"Call me."
"Don't leave," Joey pleaded.
"I could call Child Services."
"Like hell, Detective. You won't take my children away from me. Joey, hush." She placed a protective arm around her son. "My kids are all I have, Detective Reed. Please don't try to take them from me."
"I just want to protect you. And them."
"You can't," she whispered, a tear tracking from her bad eye. "No one can. Come on in, kids." She'd shepherded them into the house, and Reed had felt bleak inside.
"I'll be back."
"Don't bother." The torn screen door slapped shut, and the dog started barking loudly. Reed stood on the steps and felt impotent. The door behind the screen shut with a slam, and he noticed his card was still on the floorboards of the porch. Carefully, he tucked it into the windowsill and noticed the slats on the blinds move. Someone from inside was watching him. Good. Something had to be done, or Joey's prophecy might come true, he'd thought at the time, not understanding completely the depths of depravity Chevalier had wallowed in. Only at the trial had he learned how he'd abused the children and their mother, molested them, and made them touch each other for his own vile entertainment. Leroy Chevalier should never have gotten out of prison. Never. Now, as he stood in the tent, waiting for the coffin to be removed from the grave and opened, he realized why the killer was contacting him. He'd collared Chevalier and been a part of the trial. Judge Ronald Gillette had presided, and Nikki was Big Ron's daughter, as well as a reporter for the Sentinel during the trial. The pieces were beginning to fall together. There was some logic in all this chaos. Leroy Chevalier had to be the killer. Had to be. He could almost convince himself, and decided his reservations were clearly because he was a skeptic by nature, never believed anything until he saw it with his own 2 eyes. Theories were just that, all conjecture. Hard evidence. That was what counted. Reed edged to the tent's doorway. He looked at the area beyond the gate, to the parking lot half filled with cars parked haphazardly beneath huge live oaks. He noted that Nikki was still inside his car. Seeing her huddled there, looking small and frail, he felt a pang of empathy that went bone deep. Guilt was eating at her, torturing her, and as strong as she was, Nicole Gillette might not survive the horrendous death of her friend. She felt far too responsible. No telling what she'd do. He saw the car door fly open, and then she was hidden from view as she leaned over. No doubt losing her breakfast. He waited, and she eventually sat up again and wiped a sleeve over her mouth. He wasn't able to define her features through the foggy glass, just her small silhouette. He'd always considered her a pain in the butt, a privileged brat with brass balls to accompany her brains, a pushy reporter who got under his skin and a person to avoid. Now, he didn't want to think too closely about his conflicted feelings for her, nor did he have the time. He only hoped she'd brace herself and, despite all of his previous grumblings about her, mentally crossed his fingers that she was as strong and tough as he'd once thought. He stepped back into the tent and stood near one of the plastic walls. Showtime. The coffin was being hoisted out of the grave and into the tent. Diane Moses barked orders, kept a log, and made sure that nothing was damaged, no evidence lost, destroyed, or tampered with, as the exterior of the casket was photographed and examined for tool marks, fingerprints, or scrapes. Reed waited, his stomach in knots as the coffin lid was raised. The stench of death rolled out of the tomb and caught on an easterly wind. Shit, Morissette said, turning away from the two bodies. Cliff Siebert took a long look, then dragged his eyes away. Son of a bitch. You know this woman? Diane asked. Simone Everly. Reed turned his back on the open casket, unable to gawk at the bruised, naked body and unblinking eyes of Nikki's friend. Her hair was matted and wild, caught in the remnants of flesh beneath, and her skin, where it wasn't contused, was the pale gray shade of death. Once beautiful features were marred and broken where she'd banged her head on the lid, and her fingers, as Bobby's had been, were covered in blood, the skin rubbed off, bare flesh exposed. She went missing yesterday. There's something in here. A microphone and some kind of note. One of the officers of the crime scene waited until the photographer had done his job, then carefully pried an envelope from the side of the coffin where it had been taped near Simone's head. Don't mess with the tape, Diane warned sharply. It could have fingerprints. If the guy's stupid or careless, Reed thought, but didn't say it. He didn't have to. Morissette stepped up to the plate. I doubt that Chevalier would make that kind of mistake. Anyone can get distracted and slip up. The investigator removed the envelope, and Reed's name was written in block letters. This guy's got a hard-on for you, Morissette muttered. Reed donned gloves, extracted the single sheet of paper, and read, 4 already gone. 2 many more still alive. No longer 12. Now 10 and 2 and 5. What the hell does that mean? 4 already gone, Morissette growled, motioning toward the open casket. What 4? I count 6. He's talking about a total number of victims. 17. Look at the last line. 10, 2, and 5. 17. Reed's mind was spinning ahead as he read the note again and again, comparing it to the others that had been received. He thought hard. Why up the tally? Were they barking up the wrong tree? This had to be Chevalier's work. All of the victims had been jurors, so far. What if he'd expanded his list? But who? Or why? I don't get it, Morissette grumbled. Some of the people died of natural causes, right? Maybe that's what he's talking about. He's going to kill 12, but 4 were already dead. 3, Reed. She held up 3 fingers and dropped them one at a time as she said, Brown, Alexander, and Massey. There could be someone else we haven't found yet. We checked. We're all out of dead jurors. Everyone's alive and accounted for. Kind of blows your whole jury panel theory then, doesn't it? Unless the freak is so hung up on the number 12, why not just kill the remaining jurors who were alive? Why isn't the number 9? 17, crap. This doesn't make any sense. He's giving us a clue, Reed insisted. Or just messing with us, Morissette said irritably, as wind lashed at the flaps of the tent. No, I don't think he would bother. The words on the note add up to 17. That's the number he's working with now. Well, since you seem to think you know how this perv's thought processes work, you'd better figure out what he's talking about, and fast. She was right. Reed rubbed the back of his neck and wished he understood the cryptic note. As far as the police knew, Pauline Alexander, Thomas Massey, and Tyrell DeMonico Brown were the only 3 jurors who'd died of natural causes. Another 3, Barbara Marks, Roberta Peters, and now Simone Everly, had been buried alive. At the grave robber's hands. The other 6 jurors were alive and under police protection, and that total was only 12. Why up the score by 5? What was the significance of that particular number? He thought of Nikki, and how the grave robber had chosen her to contact, to terrorize. The creep had been in her apartment, bugged her. Why? And why contact Reed as well? Because you both were involved in the Chevalier trial. This all has something to do with what went down then when Chevalier was arrested and sent to prison. Reed had already gone over all the notes of the trial, had requested all the prison records on the guy and found nothing that would help. Maybe if the senior detective who had helped collar Chevalier were still alive, he would remember something about the trial that would help. But Reed's ex-partner was dead. I tell you, the guy's messing with us. 10 and 2 and 5, Morissette cut in. It's his way of telling us there'll be 17 bodies, and check it out. The note had to be 17 words long. What a crock, Siebert cut in. Morissette glared at the note as if it were pure evil. Listen, this just doesn't make any sense. The guy's way off. Cliff was obviously not buying into Reed's line of reasoning. There weren't 17 jurors. What about alternates, or other people involved in the trial? Reed asked, thinking aloud. We're not talking about a rational guy, you know. Shit, no, Morissette muttered under her breath, lines creasing her forehead. The new note from the grave robber meant more death, more killing, more work and more frustration. There aren't 5 alternates on a jury panel, you know that. And why up the score now? Morissette wondered aloud, and Reed could almost see the wheels turning in her mind. To confuse us? Jesus, this is one sick prick. She stared at the damned note. I hate to say it, but I think you're right. For whatever the reason, the bastard's definitely talking about 17. Son of a bitch, Siebert growled. Haskins stared at the note. I'll check with our profiler. See what she says about this guy. This guy? Meaning you don't think it's Chevalier? Morissette exchanged looks with Reed. The FBI agent held up a hand. I'm just covering all the bases, but yeah, I think it's Chevalier. Everyone who died suspiciously who was on the jury. Even good old Tyrell here kicked off after Chevalier was released. Coincidence? I don't believe in coincidence, Morissette said. I'm an everything for a reason kind of girl. Reed's cell phone beeped. Turning his back on the crowd in the tent as the wind tugged at the flaps, he answered, Reed. Seeing from caller ID that the call was long distance. Rick Benz, New Orleans PD. You asked me to call you when we located Vince Lassiter. I did. We found him today in a hospital in San Antonio. Drug OD. No ID on him. So it took a while for us to piece it all together. According to hospital records, he was admitted 5 days ago, comatose. Only regained consciousness late last night. Doesn't look like he's your boy. It sure doesn't, Reed agreed. He'd already struck Bobby Jean's brother from the list of suspects. How's the investigation coming along? Unearthed another body today. Same M.O. Buried alive. Hell. Yeah, that's what it's been around here. Let me know if there's anything else I can do. I will, Reed agreed before hanging up and deciding he had to face Nikki. He slipped through the vent in the tent and saw her stiffen in the passenger seat. Other reporters, all clustered near the front gate, started hurling questions at him, but he ignored them. Didn't even bother acknowledging their presence. No doubt he was being filmed from the news chopper overhead and from the handheld cams on the other side of the iron bars. He only hoped that the footage would be edited out before the story aired, and that Nikki Gillette wasn't recognized as the woman sitting in his car. What were the chances of that? Without a word, he opened the car door, slid into the driver's seat, and started the engine. "I'm sorry," he said, and she let out a weak gasp. She looked away through the passenger window as he drove away from the cemetery. "Who was Simone with?" she asked. "A man by the name of Tyrell DeMonico Brown." "A juror?" "Yes." She sniffed loudly, and from the corner of his eye he saw her chin tighten, as if she were willing herself to be strong. In more ways than one, she was Ronald Gillette's daughter. "Get him, Reed," she said, dashing away her tears. "Get the son of a bitch." "I will." He turned onto a road leading away from the city. "That's a promise." Nikki wanted to believe him. Desperately, she wanted to think that justice would be served, that Chevalier would rot in hell for his crimes. "Did you find any other evidence?" "Another note." "Oh, God, no." "Addressed to me." "What did it say?" He explained, and she listened, horrified. "More? More than 12? 17, she whispered as they drove across the bridge to Tybee Island. "Where are we going?" "Someplace quiet. Just for a little while. To regroup." "On Tybee?" "Got a better idea?" "I wish." They stopped at the beach and walked along the dunes and beach grass, not saying a word, smelling the salty sea air as a thick mist rolled in from the sea. Reed draped an arm over her shoulders, and she huddled close to him as her pain lessened, and the guilt she clung to so tightly eased a little. "Are you going to be all right?" he asked, and she nodded, squinting up at him, feeling the wind snatch at her hair and pull at the hem of her coat. "I have to be. We Gillettes. We're survivors. Well, except for Andrew." She sighed and admitted something she'd held in for 12 years. "I think he committed suicide. There was talk of an accident, and that's what Mom and Dad chose to think. But when you examine the facts, Andrew hated to lose. And the fact that he couldn't get into the law school he wanted, even with Dad's pull as an alumnus and a judge, Andrew decided to flick it in." She plunged her hands deep into the pockets of her coat and stared out to sea, where the gray water met the dark clouds. "But you're different." "I hope." She managed a weak, watery smile. "Okay, Detective. So you brought me out here to help me shake off the guilt, and I assume to be away from the prying eyes of the other cops and journalists. So now what?" He drew her closer still and lowered his head to hers, kissing her so hard and with such desperation that she couldn't resist him and kissed him back. Over the rush of the sea she heard his heart, steady and strong, felt his heat at odds with the weather, and realized that in the past few days she'd started to fall in love with this brusque, hard-headed cop. He pressed his tongue against her teeth, and she opened to him, clinging to him, feeling his body hard and wanting beneath his clothes. The winter air swirled around them, the sea pounded the surf, and for just a few vital minutes, Nikki forgot about everything. All the pain, all the guilt and grief, everything except this one lone man. It felt so good to forget, if only for a few minutes. With a groan, he lifted his head and loosened his hold on her. "I hate to cut this short, really, but I have work to do." "We have work to do," she corrected. "And I'll take a rain check." "You'll get it." His tone was soft, his gaze concerned. "You sure you'll be all right?" "Not all right, but as right as I ever was." "Then I'll drive you to a car rental agency." That detective would be an excellent idea. She slid into the caddy's interior and knew that she'd have to face Norm Metzger and Tom Fink and all their questions. Metzger had seen her with Reed. Hence, she'd have to endure the 3rd degree, but so be it. She'd do whatever she had to help bring Simone's killer to justice. Now is the time. Everything is in place. The survivor glanced at the unmoving body on his floor. Not dead. Just out cold. Death would come soon. Around his room, television screens flickered with images of Peltier Cemetery. The police and FBI had been there en masse. He knew. Just as he knew they would be. Looking in the other direction. That had been earlier today, and the stations had been replaying the footage over and over again. He was pleased. At least the media was finally taking notice, giving him the proper respect. 2 of the televisions were playing DVDs, his favorites, the 2 with which he could identify most closely. Rambo filled one screen, and he noticed Sylvester Stallone in the title role, silently eluding the army, and on another screen, a sleeker Avenger, Neo, in the Matrix. He, too, was an Avenger, a seeker of justice, a victim of the system, and one who would right the wrongs cast upon him. Turning his attention from the screens, he crossed the small room and ended up at his dresser. With the glimmering blue light from the screens as a backdrop, he saw his face reflected harshly in the cracked mirror. He'd aged so much in the past few weeks, he was nearly unrecognizable to himself. Which he decided was good, for he wouldn't be easily recognized by others, with or without his elaborate disguises. Besides, it was time to unmask himself, to face the world, to make his ultimate point. He glanced down at the stained top of the bureau and remembered how that blood had been spilled, how this dark spot in the wood had become sacred to him. Delicately, he touched one drop, then another, using a swirling motion, feeling the oak finish and the blood, once hot, that had pooled there. It was almost as if it pulsed beneath his fingertips. Faster and faster he rubbed the stain. Sharp images of the past, of spraying blood and shrieks and dying, rushed through his head. So much blood. So much pain. 12-year-old screams resounded in his ears, echoing eerily, urging him on. Closing his eyes, he mentally focused on his mission. All the recent killings were only practice. Now was the time for the coup de grace. The clues he'd sent had been a smokescreen. There had been enough truth in the notes to keep the cops interested, but also to throw them off. They were busy protecting and offering surveillance to the remaining jurors on the trial, but they were wasting their time, dispersing manpower to remote locations. He smiled. Rubbing the bloodstains gave him strength, power, reminded him of his purpose. Now, tonight, it had to be done. For the first time in a dozen years, he unlocked the top drawer. His eyes remained closed, his heart pounding rapidly, his pulse leaping in anticipation as he pulled. The old drawer stuck, but he yanked harder and it squeaked open. Gingerly, he reached inside. His fingers encountered the long leather sheath, and he unbuckled it eagerly, suddenly anxious, knowing the end was so close. He had to force himself to slow down, extracting as much pleasure as possible as he slid the hunting knife from its case. Then he opened his eyes, glanced down at the shiny, honed blade, then tested it on his own palm. A thin crimson line appeared on his skin, Blood oozing. Another scar in the making. It was perfect. Chapter 28. I thought I made it clear that you were off this investigation, Catherine O'Connell stated angrily from the throne that was her desk chair. She was polishing her glasses so furiously that Reed thought the lenses might pop out of the frames. Or did you conveniently forget, Detective? I remembered, he said tightly. And yet there you are, big as life, caught on film. When we nail the killer, what do you think his defense lawyer is going to come up with? Footage of one of the victim's lovers at a crime scene, and proof that you were there when Barbara Jean Marks's body was found, along with the little nugget that you were her baby's father. Won't that be the reason you might contaminate or embellish the evidence to convict? She stopped rubbing her glasses long enough to give him a long, hard stare. You know I gave Morissette specific instructions about you, so it's not just your ass that's in a sling right now. She's jeopardizing the case by keeping you privy to what's going on. The grave robber addresses his notes to me. Big deal. Just stop, Reed, and stop now, or I'll have to ask for your badge. That won't be necessary. Searching his pocket, he came up with the wallet that held his police ID and badge. With a flick of his wrist, the leather case slid across her desk to land in front of her trademark glass of some iced coffee concoction. It's not Morissette's fault. I coerced her. My ass. She settled her glasses on the bridge of her sharp nose. You're not getting off this easy, Reed. She pushed the wallet back to him. Just lay low. I'll see how I can handle this. And here I thought you didn't care, he mocked. Don't push me. Picking up his ID, he started for the door. Wouldn't dream of it, K.O., he said, knowing he was lying through his teeth. The day had been hell. After renting a car, Nikki had driven home and walked an excited and uproariously enthusiastic Mikado. Watching the dog scamper, chase squirrels, and eagerly bark at strangers only reminded Nikki that she'd never see Simone again. Never hear her voice. Never stand her up. But you can do something. You can help catch this creep. Put him away. He communicates with you. And you can take care of her dog. She would have wanted that. Though Jennings had obviously been miffed with the new little interloper, Nikki had decided that Mikado was to become a permanent addition to the family. Leaving the dog and cat to sort things out, she finally drove to work, and upon arriving was accosted at the coat rack by Tom Fink. Nikki, he said in a hushed tone, as she draped her scarf over an empty hook. Can you spare a minute? Of course. Good. Let's go to my office. As they walked through the cubicles, she felt everyone's eyes upon her, sensed the curiosity in their gazes. Trina didn't even look up as she passed. Norm Metzger eyed her as if she were the enemy, and Kevin studied her from beneath the rim of a baseball cap. Even the ever-ebullient and inefficient Celeste stared openly, as Tom escorted her into his office. It seemed to Nikki that all clicking of computer keys, ringing of phones, and gentle buzz of conversations ceased as she walked by. The newspaper offices sounded more like an elevator, with only the soft chords of piped-in music disturbing the silence. "What's going on?" she asked, as Tom waved her into a side chair and took his seat behind the desk. That's what I'd like to know. He tented his hands in front of him and balanced his chin on his thumbs. Something's up. Something major. You're getting notes from the killer, and your apartment was broken into, and now one of your best friends has become a victim of the killer you named the grave robber. Have I got that right?
I thought the police weren't releasing the names of the most current victims until the next of kin had been notified.
They have been. Simone Everly's parents have already heard the news, as have Tyrell DeMonico Brown's sister, kids, and ex-wife.
Bad news travels fast.
Yes.
Because we make sure it does.
We? As in the paper? Oh, God, Nikki. Don't tell me you've suddenly developed a conscience.
I like to think I always had one.
To report the news, one has to be unbiased. Completely, he said.
And she sensed something bad was coming at her. Something with the velocity of a freight train.
Simone Everly was a friend of yours, wasn't she? Engaged to your brother years ago? He asked then, as if he were suddenly aware that he was coming on too strong, added, "For what it's worth, I'm sorry about what happened."
Are you? She shot back.
Of course. This is an awful thing. Awful. It's no wonder you feel defensive.
Defensive?
Where was this coming from? I wouldn't blame you if you threw in the towel.
She didn't respond. Just waited.
Sooner or later, Tom would get to his point. The reason he'd pounced upon her the minute she'd walked into the office and started taking off her coat and scarf. Because of your relationship with Simone Everly and the grave robber, we have a unique opportunity here at the Sentinel.
We? She repeated.
Let's turn the tables around a bit, he said, moving his hands rapidly in two circular motions. Instead of you doing the interview, you'll be interviewed.
This was getting worse by the minute.
Norm can do an in-depth article about Simone, you, and the grave robber. Kind of a full-circle thing. It'll focus on your relationship with the killer and one of his victims.
No way, Tom, don't... But he was already on his feet, tapping at the glass window and motioning someone in. A second later, Norm Metzger slipped through the door. He was carrying a recorder, a pen, and a thick virgin notepad without so much as an apostrophe on the pages.
"Nikki," he said, dipping his head but unable to conceal his smarmy smile.
"Tom told me about the article," she said, and forced a replica of his grin.
"Great.
I think I should start with a statement."
"Good idea," he said, though there was a new wariness in his tone. "What kind of statement?"
Nikki stood and kicked back her chair. "It's pretty simple and straightforward."
"Nikki," Tom warned.
"Here it is, Metzger. When Ms. Gillette was asked about the death of her friend Simone Everly, her only response was a clipped, clear, no comment.
And then she was out of there."
Reed stopped by the station, then drove to the funeral home where Barbara Jean Marks's life was being reviewed and relived by a young preacher who pronounced her name incorrectly and had to keep checking his notes as he spoke about her. It was a pathetic service. Low budget and low key despite the bevy of reporters camped outside the small chapel. He recognized most of them, including Norm Metzger from the Sentinel, but the one he was searching for wasn't around. Apparently, Nikki Gillette couldn't stomach a funeral so soon after Simone's murder. He didn't blame her. But Reed thought that the least he could do was pay his respects to the woman who'd been pregnant with his child, and surreptitiously scan the mourners to see if any of the grief-stricken might be the killer. Morissette and Siebert were in attendance as well, checking for a party crasher. A guy who got his jollies by killing his victims, by dumping them into already occupied coffins, then attending the funeral to check out the ravages of his deeds and feel superior in the knowledge that no one but he knew the reason the victim was dead,
the catalyst for the funeral itself. But he didn't know many of Bobby's friends or acquaintances. He spied Jerome Marks, who seemed less sad than annoyed that he had to attend the service, a couple of undercover cops, some of the people she had worked with, but that was all. It was a small, straggling, nervous group that listened to the inept preacher, bowed their heads in prayer, and struggled with the words to a couple of obscure hymns. All in all, it was a depressing affair. Afterwards, he decided not to approach Morissette. There was just no reason to drag her into deeper trouble. She was already wading knee-deep in that particular muck as it was. Outside the chapel, the wind was blowing full force, holding the rain at bay, but stinging as it hit his face and hands. He drove to the graveyard where, once again, Barbara Jean Marks was buried. Fewer mourners gathered at the gravesite, and he observed them silently, wondering how they knew her, if some of the men had been her lovers, if any of them knew her killer. "God be with you," the preacher said finally, and Jerome Marks approached the casket, placing a rose and something shiny, the ring that the kid had found in Dahlonega, upon the flower-draped casket. With that, he turned and left, and the mourners dispersed just as the rain began to fall. She was steamed as she cleaned out her desk. The gall of Tom Fink. In league with Norm Metzger, that slimeball. Why she had expected more, she didn't know, but she had. "This is a mistake," Trina said, rolling back her chair. "You're tired. You've suffered a tremendous loss, and, yeah, Norm and Tom are jerks, but you don't want to quit." "That's where you're wrong." Nikki threw a jumble of pens and a notepad into the smallest of the 3 dilapidated boxes she'd procured from the mailroom. "I've wanted to get out of here for a long time. Now I have an excuse." "But you need this job." "No one needs this job," she said, as she tossed in 2 coffee mugs, a nameplate, and her Rolodex. "What's going on?" a male voice asked from behind her, and she nearly jumped out of her chair. Kevin, earphones in place, was only a foot behind her. "God, don't you ever knock?" she said, and when he didn't get the joke, didn't bother to explain. "Nikki quit?" Trina said. "Quit? You?" His dark eyes flashed. "That's right. Time for a change," she said, and noticed Norm Metzger lurking on the other side of the stub wall. He peered over the top, only his eyes and forehead showing. "I've thought a lot of things about you over the years, Gillette, but I never figured you for a quitter." She was bristly, tired, on the edge, but she bit back a retort about what he could do with himself. "Guess you were wrong," she said, as she swept some papers and files from the last drawer and dumped them into the largest of the boxes surrounding her desk chair. She dusted her hands. "That about does it." "Don't you have to give 2 weeks' notice?" Kevin asked, and she offered him a pained "I don't believe I just heard that" expression. "If Tom wants, I'll come in every day and warm this chair, but really, I imagine he'll be glad I'm not here in his face." "I just can't believe you're going." Trina's usual smile was missing, and her eyes were stone-cold sober. "Things won't be the same." "Maybe they'll be better." Nikki winked at her. "Yeah, right." "Need a hand with the boxes?" Kevin asked, and Nikki nearly took him up on his offer, then thought better of it. "Thanks. I think I can manage." "That's what I like about you," Norm said. "Belligerent to the end." "Stuff it, Metzger." She slung the strap of her purse over one shoulder and picked up the largest of the boxes, then met Trina's gaze. "I'll call you later," she promised, and vowed that she would do just that as she marched down the hallway into the outside door, where the afternoon was already dark, evening quick approaching. She finished loading and started out of the parking lot just as her cell phone rang. Wondering if Reed were calling, she checked caller ID and saw her parents' number on the display that also indicated her battery life was nearly depleted. "Hello," she said as she eased out of the parking lot for the last time. "Nikki?" her mother asked, her voice faint, the connection faltering. "Hi, Mom." "Nikki, it's your father." Charlene sounded so tenuous, so unsure. "What about Dad?" I don't know." "Is he sick?" Her heart rate kicked into high gear. "What about him?" Please. Mom, call 911. No, no!" Her mother sounded urgent, frightened. Oh, God, her father's heart. That's what it was. "Then I'll call." "No, Nicole, don't." For crying out loud. "Then call Lily or Kyle. I'm on my way. Mom?" Her cell phone died, the battery exhausted. "Crap," Nikki said, and punched the accelerator. She only hoped she could get to her father in time. The drive was only 10 minutes, but that time could be critical. She punched out 911 on her cell, was connected, then heard the operator answer. 911, police emergency. Before the connection failed. "This is Nikki Gillette. Please send someone to my father, Ronald Gillette's address." She yelled the address into her phone, then told the dispatcher to get hold of Pierce Reed, but it was to no avail. Her phone was dead. Reed tried Nikki on her cell again. No answer. He left another message, then called the Sentinel and was told by an icy receptionist that Nicole Gillette was unavailable. When he pressed for a time he could expect her to return, the receptionist said she had no idea. It didn't feel right. But then, nothing did. He dialed her apartment and got the answering machine. For whatever the reason, Nikki was under the radar, and he didn't like it. At all. He grabbed his jacket and stopped by Morissette's desk. She was going through a pile of paperwork, but looked up at the sound of his footsteps. "I heard you tried to turn in your badge." "Good news travels fast." "Don't do it, Reed." "Why not?" "She's not worth it." He waited. "Look, I'm not blind, okay? I saw the two of you together. You've got it bad for Nikki Gillette, but she's just playing you, man. Using you for all she can." "You're sure about that?" "Yeah, I am. And don't ask me about the grave robber case, okay? 'Cause I can't tell you anything." "Maybe I should try Siebert." "Be my guest." Morissette wasn't about to budge. "So did you check out Corey Selwood and Sean Hawk?" "I warned you." She glared up at him and shuffled some papers, then sighed. "Okay, I don't see what this will hurt. They're clean, all right? Ironclad alibis. Not suspects, so forget them. When we find Chevalier, we'll have our boy." "Then find him," Reed said. "Fast." "We're working on it." He turned to leave and she cleared her throat. "I'm going outside for a smoke." "So?" She looked him dead in the eye. "You'd better get out of here, Reed. I don't need this kind of trouble." He got it then, understood the unspoken message in Sylvie Morissette's determined glare. "Fine. I'll see you around." "If you're lucky." He hurried out of the building and hunched his shoulders against a rain so cold it stung the back of his neck and chilled his skin. Where the hell was Nikki? What if the grave robber were playing with them? 12 jurors and 3 more people. Him, Nikki, and an unknown. There had to be a reason for the killer to keep contacting Reed and Nikki. But who would be the third? The connection was the Chevalier trial, so who besides the jurors? The judge. Had to be. 17. 12 jurors. The detective who was alive who had made the collar, the reporter who had reported on the trial, and the judge. Except the reporter nearly got the case thrown out. Maybe she was safe. But she didn't get it thrown out, did she? She failed Chevalier, as had Reed, as had the jurors, as had the judge. Judge Ronald Gillette. More certain than ever, he climbed into his Eldorado. He hadn't gone 2 blocks when his cell phone rang. "Reed," he answered crisply. "Look, I'm sorry to give you the brush off, but I'm walking a fine line here," Morissette said. "O'Connor tore me a new one this morning, okay?" "Got it." "But I thought you should know that the 911 dispatcher called me. Nikki Gillette called in about 10 minutes ago, identified herself, and then the connection was lost. They called back to the number dialed in, but she didn't answer. It was her cell phone. I tried her home and office and got no answer and a strange response at the Sentinel. I was just about to call you when you stopped by my desk. You might want to check up on her." "I will," Reed said. "I've already sent a unit to her apartment and another one to the Sentinel. If she's located, I'll let you know. To hell with O'Connor." "Thanks. I think Nikki Gillette's a target. One of 17, Reed said, his voice devoid of emotion as he told Morissette his theory. Morissette listened. "You sure?" she asked, and he heard her making the sounds of lighting up. "It's all I've got. As I said, it's not perfect." "Shit. Nothing is." He didn't want to believe his theory himself as he watched the wipers slap away the rain. He silently prayed that this was just a mistake. That was all. He ached to think that Nikki was fine. A part of him trusted that she was okay. But the other part, the logical cop, knew better. A darkness settled in his heart, and he felt a fear as deep as he'd ever known. "Mom? Dad?" Nikki yelled, throwing open the garage door of her parents' house and bursting into the kitchen. But no one answered. Aside from the clock on the wall ticking and the refrigerator droning, there was total silence. Sandra wasn't in the kitchen cooking, but then Nikki realized this was her day off. The TV wasn't blaring, nor did she hear her mother's off-key humming. So where were they? And why were the lights so dim? Mom? Had they gone to the hospital? Both cars were parked in their respective spots in the garage. Nikki had checked on her way inside. So unless they'd called an ambulance or a friend... Anxiety tensed her muscles. "Mom?" she said again, shaking the rain from her coat. Again, no response. Something was wrong. Terribly wrong. "It's only your case of nerves because of the phone call." She reached for the phone as she noticed a flickering light from the den. The television. But no sound. She carried the portable phone with her. Rounding the corner to the den, she felt an instant's relief. Her father was half lying in his favorite recliner, his feet propped up, the television on but muted. He looked sound asleep, dead to the world. "Jesus, Dad, you scared me," she said softly, hoping he would rouse. She set the phone on a table. "Where's Mom? She called frantic a while ago." When he didn't respond, she walked to the chair and touched him lightly on the shoulder. "Hey, Pops." No response. She felt a new niggle of worry. "Dad? Wake up." His head was lolled to one side, and his breathing was so shallow. Or non-existent? Her heart slammed against her ribs. "Dad?" she said more loudly, leaning over him, bending close, listening for some sign of life as she shook his shoulder. But there was no whisper of breath from his lungs. "No. "Oh, God, no. Dad! Dad!" Then she noticed the blood. Not on him, but from the corner of her eye she spied what appeared to be a trickle of red running from the hallway. "Mom?" she said, her heart in her throat. "Oh, dear God, no. Why the blood? Why? Was her mother wounded?" Every hair on the back of her arms raised as she heard a low moan. Her mother's soft voice. "Mom, I'm coming. I'll get help," she called, running toward the hallway, when she heard something behind her, a footstep that had come from the direction of the kitchen. She whirled and saw him, bloody and wet, his face set and hard, eyes glittering beneath a high forehead, and a hank of dripping hair that fell over eyes so cruel she screamed. In one hand he held a hypodermic needle, in the other a bloodied hunting knife. The grave robber. Icy fear scissored through her as she recognized him. "Where's my mother?" she demanded, backing up, her pulse thundering loudly. No answer. Just a glitter of satisfaction in his gaze. "If you hurt her, I'll kill you, you sick, twisted son of a bitch," she hissed, backing up. There were loaded rifles in the gun closet, carving knives in the kitchen, the phone receiver only inches away on the table. Only 3 more steps. "Your turn, Nikki," he said, with a cold, sardonic smile that was pure evil. And the blood. All the damned blood. Whose? Her mother's? Oh, God. She couldn't outrun him. He'd be on her before she'd gone 3 steps. Somehow, she had to beat him, trick him. She whipped around, turning as if to run. He sprang, his weapons clenched in his fists. Instantly she dived, spinning on one leg, kicking up hard with the other. Her boot connected with his groin. "Oh!" With a yowl, he went down. The knife clattered to the floor, but he grabbed it quickly and managed to hold fast onto the needle. She kicked again, aiming for his nose, but he drew back his head, and she crashed the heel of her boot into the side of his face. "You bitch!" he roared, dropping his needle and scrabbling at her boot, his fingers raking down the leather as she started to run, fast, snatching the handheld phone on the fly. He was on his feet in an instant, bearing down on her. She punched 9, snagged a photo from the wall, and hurled it at him. She hit 1 and 1 again as she flew out of the house and down the 2 short steps to the garage. "Help!" she cried, gasping into the receiver. "I'm being attacked by the grave robber. My mother's hurt. The bastard killed my dad. Send someone to—" But the phone was dead, too far from the base to pick up a signal. Damn. Her keys. Where the hell were her keys? She fumbled in her pocket, found the single key to her rental car. He was in the garage, his face enraged as he stumbled, running. She slid into the rental, slammed the door, and locked it with shaking fingers. Her cell phone. Where was it? He leaped, pounded on the windshield. Frantically, seeing his bloody face smashed against the windshield, she jammed her key into the ignition. The engine turned over. He was only inches from her, separated by a thin layer of glass. The engine caught, and she jammed the car in reverse, gunned the throttle, and glanced in the rearview mirror to see a pickup. A huge pickup blocking her path. No! She jammed on the brakes. He must have been waiting for her in the next alley. His lights dimmed, and rolled quietly behind her while she walked into her parents' house. She reached for the cell. Maybe there was a little life in the battery. Crash. Glass splintered everywhere as the driver's side window smashed. Nikki screamed and jumped, but it was too late. She saw the deadly needle a split second before it jabbed hard into her shoulder. "You can't get away," he said with chilling calm. An evil smile slid from one side of his bloodied face to the other. His eyes glittered maliciously. She screamed at the top of her lungs, tried to fight through the shards of shattered glass. But it was useless. She could barely move. The door to the car opened, and he was there, looming in the night, the bloody knife a testament to his killing. Fleetingly, she thought of her mother, of her father, her family, and Pierce Reed before the darkness dragged her under. Chapter 29. With each passing minute, Reed's panic increased. He'd stopped by Nikki's apartment and found no sign of her, even after coercing that lamed-brained manager Fred Cooper to let him inside. Everything looked pretty much the same as it had when he left this morning. The cat regarded them suspiciously from the top of the bookcase, and the little dog danced around his feet. "She has another pet, you know," Cooper said. "She knows better. There are no dogs allowed in this building. I told her the cat was even iffy when she moved in." "It's a friend's dog," Reed said, then listened to the messages on her answering machine. Messages, Cooper told him, the other officers had already heard. There were two. "Hey, it's Sean. Come on, Nick. Cut me a break, would you? Give me a call. You know the number." Reed's jaw clenched at the sound of the guy. There was a pause before the next message played. "Nikki?" a frail woman whispered. "Nikki, it's Mom. Call me. It's urgent." Another long pause. "It's about Dad." A message on the phone was timed at 4:17, a couple of hours earlier. He called the number listed on caller ID for Ronald Gillette. The phone rang until an answering machine picked up, and Judge Gillette's voice boomed through the wires, instructing the caller to leave name, number, and message. Reed complied. "This is Detective Pierce Reed of the Savannah Police Department. I'm looking for Nicole Gillette. If you hear from her, please have her call me." He left his number and hung up. "I just don't know what I'm going to do about this dog," Fred Cooper said. His lips pursed as he stared at the little mutt. "I already said as much to the other officers who were here a little while ago." "I do. You're going to leave him right here for now, until you hear from Nikki." "But I have a legal obligation to—" He sighed and backed down. "All right. For now, he stays. But the minute she gets back, the minute I want to speak to her—" Reed only hoped Cooper got the chance to ream Nikki out, but as he drove through the rain and gathering darkness to the Sentinel's offices, he couldn't shake the sensation that something was very wrong. No one had called him, even though Morissette had promised that if the units she'd sent to Nikki's apartment and the newspaper offices had found anything out, she would call. Reed couldn't sit around and wait. He decided to check things out for himself. He didn't feel much better once he was at the newspaper. Nikki had been there, but had cleaned out her desk, and no one, not even her friend Trina, had heard from her since. Not that it was all that odd, he supposed. And yet, as he stood at her empty workstation, looking at the crime scene wallpaper of her computer monitor, he experienced an ever-increasing sense of anxiety. However, Tom Fink, the aptly named editor, wasn't worried. "Look, as I told the other cops, she got her knickers in a knot, cleaned out her desk, and stormed out. Pompous ass if there ever was one." Fink leaned a hip against what had been Nikki's desk and folded his arms over his chest. "She's a hothead." "Why'd she leave?" "Didn't want to do a story I assigned her." "And what was that?" Reed asked. "Another installment on the grave robber." And she objected. Reed knew what was coming. Let me guess. It was a story around the latest victim, right? Fink shrugged. We heard that he got Simone Everly. She was a friend of Nikki's. Seemed like a natural. To sell more newspapers. That's our business, Detective. Norm Metzger, the Sentinel's smarmy crime reporter, sidled up to the group. He'd obviously been eavesdropping from behind the stub wall. She should have been objective. Sure, she lost a friend. But how can she help her or save the next potential victim if she doesn't tell her story and warn the public? We just wanted to do a tribute to Simone Everly and report what had happened to her. It's news. It's always news until it's someone close to you. Then it's personal and called sensationalism. As a reporter, she should remain objective, Fink stated. No wonder she walked out. Listen, Reed, you do your job, and I'll do mine. I don't need any bullshit from the police department. Reed felt the cords on the back of his neck stand out, and it took all his strength to keep his hands from curling into fists. And we don't need any pseudo-sanctimonious crap from the press. He turned his gaze to the next cubicle, where a wide-eyed Trina had listened to the entire exchange. If you hear from Miss Gillette, he instructed, please have her call me, ASAP. Absolutely. She took down his cell number, sent a withering glare in Fink's direction, and rolled her chair toward her desk. I'll be calling your superior, Fink threatened. Please, do, Reed invited. Show her what a stellar public-serving individual you are. Reed left the Sentinel with a worse opinion of journalists than he'd had when he walked in, which, considering his viewpoint, was damned near impossible. Scum. Maggots. Vultures. Tom Fink and Norm Metzger fit right into the pathetic mold, he thought, ignoring the rain as it swirled from the sky. He'd nearly reached his car when Trina, shoulders hunched against the cold, ran to catch up to him. Detective Reed, she called, waving to flag him down, her slim skirt and high-heeled boots making her steps short and quick. She was breathless and soaked by the time she reached him. I just wanted you to know that Nikki was really upset when she left. I don't know what went on in the meeting she had with Tom, but she was furious. I tried to talk her into staying, but she'd made up her mind. Do you have any idea where she'd go? He asked, and Trina lifted a shoulder. Only home. She had all the stuff from her desk with her. But she did get a couple of calls that were inadvertently sent to my voicemail. She lowered her voice to a whisper, her teeth chattering. Celeste, our receptionist, is an idiot. A streak of lightning hissed through the sky. Trina jumped. So who phoned? She handed him a wet note with numbers that had begun to run. The first one is from Sean. He's an old boyfriend who doesn't seem to know how to take a hint. And the second is her mother. Trina's dark eyes clouded as thunder pealed over the rush of traffic. It was an odd call. Mrs. Gillette sounded upset. Reed was reminded of the message left on Nikki's home machine. Thanks. If you... No, when you find her, will you let me know? Trina asked. I'm worried. The grave robber was contacting her directly. I'll have Nikki call. Thanks. She started toward the office, and Reed was left more anxious than before. He tried Nikki's cell phone again, but there was still no answer. The same with the Ronald Gillette home. Maybe one of her parents had taken ill, and she'd rushed them to the hospital. No, that didn't explain why her cell phone wasn't working. Unless it was out of battery life. He dug through his notebook and located her brother and sister's phone numbers. As he drove, he first called Kyle, who sounded irritated about being pulled away from the television blaring in the background, and who informed him that he hadn't seen Nikki since Thanksgiving. Another strike. Reed then called Lily. Another piece of work. I haven't heard from Nikki since she stood me up. Again. I wanted her to babysit, and she bagged out on me, which is par for the course, her M.O. All Nikki really cares about is her job, or more specifically, her ambitions. She wants to be the best damn crime reporter this town has ever seen. It really pisses her off to be on the town meeting desk, or whatever it is she does. So now she's hot on the trail of the grave robber, just like she was last summer when that other serial killer was running around. I'm telling you, if she keeps this up, she's going to end up dead herself. God, she's just so Nikki. Reed waited until she quit ranting, then asked, "So what about your parents? Have you heard from your mother today?" "No. Why?" Instant concern. "Your mother left several messages for her. She sounded worried. But she didn't call you?" "That's odd," Lily said, all of her anger suddenly vanishing. "I mean, usually if Mom needs anything, and I mean anything, she calls me. Nikki's convinced my parents that she's too busy, so they don't rely on her. But I've been home all day and Mom never called. Not once." The muscles in the back of Reed's neck tightened. "You're certain?" "Of course I am. But I'll call right now." "Good. Keep trying. I phoned earlier and left a message. No one's called back." "Oh, my God. You don't think something awful's happened, do you?" "Probably not," he said, not believing it for a minute. "I'll go over there." "It would be best if you stayed by the phone. I'll dispatch a unit," he said. "If you're sure." "Absolutely. I'm already on my way." "Then you'll have Mom call, or you'll phone me, right?" "Yes." He hung up and floored the Cadillac, heading straight to the upscale neighborhood of 3-acre lots where Judge Ronald Gillette had retired. Traffic was light, the streets dark with winter dusk, the intense rain slamming against the windshield and blurring the red glow of taillights. He pulled into the driveway, and his heart nosedived when he recognized Nikki's rental car parked outside the garage, where the door was left wide open, 2 vehicles visible in the wash of its headlights. An older Mercedes sat next to a sleek new BMW convertible, but the house and garage were dark. No lamplight glowed through the windows of the graceful old home. Not even a porch light was lit. The other houses on the street were separated by fences, hedges, dense shrubbery, and rolling acres. Reed didn't like what he saw. Not at all. He punched out Morissette's cell phone number and explained what was going on as lightning forked and thunder clapped. "Jesus Christ, Reed, wait for backup," Morissette ordered. "This could be some kind of trap. Chevalier probably knows we're on to him." "I'm going in." "No, wait, don't do it. We'll be there in less than 10 minutes.
"Make it 5.
He hung up. Going against all of his training, he followed his instincts. There was a good chance Nikki was inside. He intended to find her. No security lights blazed as he approached. No face appeared in a window. No sound escaped from the 2 stories of white clapboard and green shutters. Steeling himself, he crept through the garage, then pushed open the door.
"Police," he yelled. "Drop your weapons."
From far in the distance he heard the wail of a siren, but inside, the house was silent as death. Dark. Heart pounding in his ears, he snapped on the switch. The mudroom was suddenly illuminated. No one. No sound. He took a deep breath, then moved quickly, stealthily. 2 steps to the wall. He reached around the open door casing and flipped on another light. The kitchen was now illuminated, and still no one moved. There wasn't a sound.
"Police," he yelled again. "Drop your weapons and kick them into the kitchen. Then come out with your hands over your head where I can see them."
Again, all he heard was silence, and the low hum of the furnace forcing air through the ducts, while the wind kicked up outside. If he stepped into the light now, and the killer was waiting around the corner, he'd be a sitting duck. He could wait a few more minutes. The low moan sent a shock wave through him. His ears strained. Is anyone there? Another muffled groan over the sound of a siren splintering the night. Tires screeched outside, and he heard Morissette barking orders. Seconds later, she was at his side. "We've got the place surrounded," Morissette stated. "What the hell's going on?" "Not sure. But someone's over there." He motioned across the room to a doorway hanging slightly ajar, about the same time that Cliff Siebert joined them in the mudroom. "Cover me." "You got it," Siebert said, and Reed sprinted across the kitchen, then flattened to the wall beside the open door. "Police!" he yelled again, and the muffled cry increased. It sounded like a woman's voice. He could barely breathe. "Nikki!" he yelled, and the response was another muted cry. "Don't go in there," Morissette warned. "I've got a man outside, and he's reported that he can't see through the window. The shades are pulled down." Tough. Weapon drawn, Reed whipped around the corner, kicked open the door so hard it banged against the wall, and snapped on the light. He stared in horror at the scene before him and yelled over his shoulder, "Get an ambulance. We need EMTs, now." Inside, bound and gagged, was a frail woman Reed recognized as Charlene Gillette. Her eyes were wide and terror-riddled, and she was shaking, whimpering behind the gag. All around the woman was a dark, coagulating pool of blood. He bent over her and tore off the gag as footsteps pounded behind him. "I'm Detective Reed with the police department, Mrs. Gillette. Hang in there." "I'll take over." A young EMT with a military haircut, whip-thin body, and commanding attitude had snapped on gloves and knelt beside the shivering woman. "No visible wounds," he muttered as he unbound her. "But all this blood?" "Holy shit!" Morissette appeared in the doorway. "Okay, we need to preserve this scene. Touch as little as possible." Her eyes moved from the woman to one wall where Gillette family memorabilia hung. "Jesus Christ," she whispered, and Reed turned to the wall where awards, certificates, and pictures were hung neatly. His stomach clenched. That son of a bitch. Portraits of the family, snapshots of crucial moments blown up and mounted. Even some pictures with pets were framed and placed side by side. It was the pictures that held his attention. There was a message hurriedly scrawled on the wall beneath a blown-up snapshot of Nikki Gillette and her father at her college graduation. It was a clear summer day. Nikki's wild hair was tousled in a breeze. Her father's arm draped over the shoulder of her graduation gown, her mortarboard at an angle as she smiled and squinted into the camera. Judge Ron towered over her, grinning proudly. The single-word message that ran and streaked down the knotty pine wall read, "Le Blanc." French for the white. And the name of a cemetery on the north side of town. Nikki opened a bleary eye and felt pain jarring through every bone in her body. But it was too dark to see, and she was disoriented, her mind thick, her mouth tasting foul. She had the sensation of movement, but that was ridiculous, right? She was lying in her bed. No, where was she? Thoughts drifted in and out of her mind in restless waves, as if they were carried upon a sluggish, murky sea. She remembered that Simone was dead. Oh, no. Maybe that was a dream, and... She lifted her head. Bang! Ouch! Her forehead rammed into something hard. Tears sprang to her eyes. Dear God, what was happening? She tried to raise her hand to rub the knot on her forehead, but she could barely move. It was as if she were wedged into a box, a tight box, and... Oh, dear Lord, something was wrong. Something she should remember. Think, Nikki, think. Where the hell are you? You should know. She willed her brain to concentrate, but she kept wanting to fall back to sleep. You can't. Something is terribly, terribly wrong. She tried to reach around her, but could barely move, and the panic she felt was fuzzy and far away. She felt the mattress beneath her, lumpy, soft and cold and uneven, pressing into her back and on her shoulders. When she moved her head, the back of it connected with something hard and... Oh, no. Her eyes fluttered open. Her mind was so foggy she had to strain to think. Where was she? She'd been looking for someone and... Oh, God. Was she, like Simone, packed into a coffin, with a dead body beneath her? She should try to fight, to scream. She was going to be buried alive. That part she remembered. She had to do something fast. But still her mind was like molasses, the drugs she'd been given pulling her under again. She tried to scream, but couldn't. It was as if she were slogging through quicksand, and her mind wouldn't clear. She remembered the needle, and blacking out. Maybe this was all just a dream. A really bad dream. She tried to grasp on to conscious thought, but the drug in her system kept working on her, dragging her back into the blissful blackness, and with terror lurking in the dark corners of her consciousness, she quit fighting and let go, slipping once again into the void. The bitch had hurt him. His crotch still throbbed where she'd nailed him in the nuts, and the side of his face ached, compliments of her sharp-heeled boots. But she hadn't gotten away. No. She was getting everything she deserved. Finally. Like the rest. Nikki Gillette was already in a casket, soon to draw her last breath, soon to know the fear and pain, the sheer terror of being helpless, at the mercy of someone stronger. She, like the others, had crumpled before him, always underestimating his strength and cunning. As he drove outside of the city, the survivor swiped a bloody hand over his forehead, catching a glimpse of himself in the rearview mirror. Blood covered a face streaked with mud, compliments of LeBlanc Cemetery. His hair was wet and plastered to his head, his muscles sore from the hard work and the wounds she'd inflicted. But he'd suffered worse and survived. Nikki Gillette's pathetic attempt at harming him was nothing. His mission for the night was nearly accomplished. Soon the police would arrive, and he imagined the look of horror on that bastard Reed's face as he opened the coffin buried deep in the mud of LeBlanc Cemetery. Too late, the grave robber said aloud, as he headed steadily north, wipers slogging through the rain that pummeled his windshield. Past the lights of the city, he saw a flash of lightning sizzling through the night sky. Rolling claps of thunder followed. It seemed fitting. A storm was raging as Nikki Gillette breathed her last. Unfortunately, he couldn't finish all of his business. Not right away. He'd have to lay low for a while. Now, for certain, the police would know who he was, and it would take time, after tonight, for him to be able to continue his quest. But the principals had been punished, those who'd been most influential at the trial. The other jurors had, he'd sensed even then, been weaker, not as strong of personalities, their opinions more easily swayed. They wouldn't get away. He'd find them, one at a time, and when they least expected it, he'd spring. He'd have to make the first couple look like accidents in a year or so, just so he wouldn't arouse any suspicion. He smiled to himself as a police car drove past, flying down the road in the opposite direction. "Go get 'em," he muttered, watching in his mirror as the cruiser's lights flashed on and disappeared around a corner. Chuckling to himself, he felt invincible. He only wished he could witness Pierce Reed opening the coffin lid and discovering that he was too late. By the time the casket was pried open, Nikki Gillette would be dead. Chapter 30. Reed's gut clenched with fear. Had the blood in the Gillette home been Nikki's? What had that twisted bastard done to her? His headlights cut a wide swath of light through LeBlanc Cemetery, illuminating the old gravestones and plots, and he told himself to hang in there, to have faith. He couldn't help her if he went off the deep end, and yet terror unlike any he'd ever known tore at him. Other police cars followed him through the intricately designed iron gates that the caretaker had opened a few minutes before. "Please, God, no," he whispered, as he parked the Eldorado and the rain poured from the sky. He saw it as he climbed out of the car, a fresh mound of mud, already collecting puddles near the back wall. He started running. Oh, God, was he too late? No, no, no. She couldn't be buried here, even now trying to claw her way out. "Over here," he yelled, his pants wet over his ankles. Flashlights bobbed, people shouted as other cops wearing slickers and carrying shovels and picks and crowbars poured over the area. A big cop tossed Reed a shovel, and they began digging frantically, trying to save a life, each cop knowing what they were up against with the grave robber. To hell with the crime scene, Reed thought, shoveling faster. All that mattered was to get Nikki out alive. He strained to hear any sound from the earth below, barely noticed that other cops, radios crackling, cell phones jangling, were roping off the area and starting to make a grid. He dug frantically, fearfully, knowing that every second that passed could cost Nikki her life. "Hold on, darling," he thought, throwing shovelful after shovelful of the muck over his shoulder. "I'm coming. Just you hold on." Faster and faster he flung mud over his shoulder as rain pounded down in sheets that shimmered on the tombstones and danced in the beams of flashlights. He didn't bother with a slicker, just kept throwing his weight into each scoop of muck he could loosen. What were the chances that she was still alive? God damn Chevalier! God damn his soul to hell! If she was dead, Reed would take the law into his own hands. That bastard would never have a chance to get out of jail again. "Come on, Nikki. Hang in there," he silently said, and remembered another night in San Francisco. Recalled sitting in the dark on the stakeout, watching what he'd thought was a sex game through the shades, until he realized the silhouette he was viewing had turned from a game into a violent struggle for her life. Reed had raced into the building, taking the stairs 2 at a time to her apartment. But it had been too late. But not this time. It couldn't happen again. Not to Nikki. Not Nikki. Reed sent up another quick prayer, and still he shoveled. Sweat ran down his back, cold rain peppered his head, voices shouted. Diane Moses was squawking about her crime scene. "Fuck off," Reed thought, as his shovel struck thick wood. "We got something," another officer said, his shovel clunking against the top of a long box. Wildly they dug with shovels and hands, scooping away the mud, uncovering the coffin's lid. Over the rush of wind and the splash of raindrops and voices around him, Reed strained to hear something, anything, coming from inside the casket. He heard nothing. He pounded on the lid, stomped on it. "Nikki!" he yelled. "Nikki!" Oh, Jesus, was he too late? Like before? Had the blood on the wall been hers? "Don't mess up the coffin," Diane Moses warned. "That's evidence, Reed. There could be tool marks or fingerprints or—" "Open it up, now," he yelled, ignoring Moses, his fingers raking at the casket's mud-slickened top. "Now." It was sealed tight, wedged into the hole. His heart pounding fearfully, he and a burly cop used crowbars to wedge into the top, using their weight against the handles of their tools, blinking against the rain, straining in the night. "It's no use. We'll have to lift it," Cliff Siebert yelled down at them. "We don't have the time," he screamed, flinging his weight harder against the bar. "We'll get the equipment. For God's sake, we have to open this fucker now." He and the big man leaned on one bar, their muscles flexing, cords of their necks visible, jaws set. He felt the bar give, just a little. The big man roared and pressed harder, and there was a cracking sound as the seal gave way. They both straddled the coffin, their legs sinking into the mud as they forced open the lid, and the smell of blood and death seeped out. "God, no," Reed whispered, hearing nothing. "Nikki?" He pulled the flashlight from his pocket, and, heart thudding in dread, shined its thin beam through the crack to the bloodied, mutilated corpse within. Reed thought he might be sick as he stared into the glassy eyes of a very dead Leroy Chevalier. Nikki dragged in a breath, opened an eye to the intense darkness. Her mind was foggy. She reached up and hid her hands. "Just like before. You thought it was all part of a macabre dream, but it's not." "No!" she cried, trying to sit up and cracking her head again. It couldn't be. She couldn't be trapped in a coffin. This was a sick dream. Adrenaline pumped through her blood. Instantly her mind cleared. There was something beneath her, something that felt like a big, lumpy body, and she touched her leg with her hand, then her hip and her chest. She could barely move, but she realized she was naked and definitely pressed into a box. No. Oh, no. This couldn't be a casket. Whatever she was in was moving. She felt the bumps as it bounced, or was being transported. Faintly she heard the whine of an engine, probably a truck carrying her to what the grave robber thought was her final resting place, with a dead body beneath her. That was it. Terror cut her to the core, and she nearly threw up. She couldn't be buried alive in a coffin, and oh, please God, and not mashed into a rotting dead body. Panic strangled her. She began clawing, pressing against the top of her cage. The lid didn't budge. This was insane. She had to get out. Had to. This small, dark space. Her mind tried to turn to jelly. She'd always been a little claustrophobic. But she wouldn't die this way. Couldn't. As long as she wasn't yet buried, she had time. She could escape. Think, Nikki. Don't lose it. Do something. Do something smart. She forced herself to concentrate, to keep the panic at bay. She remembered going to her parents' house without the gun her father had insisted she carry. If only she had that weapon now, she might be able to save her life. But no, she hadn't had it with her when she'd found her father and come face to face with the grave robber. Sick, detestable bastard. And to think she'd once felt empathy for him. How foolish she'd been. He'd duped them all, and now she was his captive, his next victim along with the corpse on which she'd been placed. Her skin crawled, and it was all she could do not to cry out. But she knew that would be to no avail. Hadn't she heard Simone's pathetic wails? No doubt the animal would record her screams should she cry out, getting his rocks off listening to her terror as she realized she was trapped in this casket with a dead, rotting cadaver. But there wasn't a stench, nor the sickening scent of weak, decomposing flesh, just the slight smell of cigars and whiskey, the same blend of scents that had surrounded her father, the aromas she equated with safety and trust, and... She froze. Her mind wandered to a forbidden territory, more bizarre than what she already knew to be true. Her throat clutched. The bastard couldn't have been so cold-hearted, so diabolically sick, to have forced her into a coffin with her father. No. She couldn't believe it. Wouldn't believe anything so disgusting. And yet, wasn't her father dead, or near death, in the house? Wasn't the corpse beneath her fresh, still not cold? And whoever was beneath her was large and smelled like... Oh, Daddy. She swallowed back tears, forced her fear and anger at bay. Gingerly, her skin crawling, she touched the clothing on the body beneath her. She felt the stiff weave of slacks and the cold buckle of a belt. The hands beneath hers were big, with hair upon their backs. Oh, Daddy, no. Bile burned up her throat. She nearly heaved as the stark, horrid realization hit her. She was trapped in a coffin with her dead father. Her fists clenched in rage. Tears filled her eyes. She wanted to scream and rant and kick, but she fought the urge to cry out, to say anything as much as a whisper. That's what the bastard was waiting for. That's how the sick son of a bitch got off. Nikki refused to give him the satisfaction of so much as a whimper, not even though the air was thin and breathing was getting harder by the minute, not even when panic screamed through her and she wanted to kick and claw and pound her way out of her prison. You twisted, bilious piece of shit. She was shaking violently, her mind splintering between fury and fear. Think, Nikki, think. You have to hold it together. It's your only chance. Get this bastard. Find a way to nail him. Turn the goddamn tables. How? She was trapped. The only weapon you have against him is your brain. He's stronger. He's athletic. He's determined. He's psychotic. But if he's not satisfied, if you don't give him the crying, begging, pitiful sobs he's expecting, he may open the lid. You have to be patient. No matter how badly your lungs are burning, you have to wait it out. Her fingers dug into her palms. Her lungs burned. There was a damned good chance she was about to die. A damned good chance. She was probably waking up, feeling the effects of the drug, but at least realizing where she was. What would be her fate? The survivor smiled to himself as he drove. And now she knew that he'd survived, beaten the system. It was so dark in this part of the country that he nearly missed the turnoff to the old, forgotten, overgrown cemetery, even though he'd been here earlier. But there had been a bit of daylight to guide him. But now, with the storm raging, his wipers could barely clear the windows and visibility was poor, which was perfect. He eased off the gas and stopped the truck at the old family plot. Leaving the pickup's door open, he stepped outside and into the maelstrom. Rain and wind lashed at him as he walked up the overgrown ruts that had once been a gravel road. The rusted gate creaked as it swung inward. Earlier he'd found it unlocked and prepared the gravesite, the final resting place, for Judge Ronald Gillette and his worthless daughter. "Rest in peace, you bastard," the survivor muttered under his breath, as rain drizzled down his nose. The man had been elected to mete out justice, and he'd been a joke, an embarrassment to the court system. Leroy Chevalier should never have seen the light of day again. If not executed, then kept in a small, dark cell until he rotted to death. But there had been screw-ups from the beginning, with the arrest, with the crime scene, with Nikki's article in the paper. As the survivor had watched it all play out, he'd seen the eyes of the jury, unconvinced that Leroy Chevalier was the true monster he was. They heard conflicting testimony, and with the murder weapon missing and only circumstantial evidence of a bloody boot print, the case wasn't as strong as it could have been. Because Reed and his partner didn't do their job. Because Judge Gillette didn't preside correctly. Because Nikki Gillette blundered with her story. Because the jury was weak. So they had to be killed, one by one. 12 spineless jurors, a worthless judge, 2 inept detectives, a bungling reporter, and of course the monster himself, Leroy Chevalier, the worst kind of scum that had ever walked the planet. Even now he heard Chevalier's raspy voice. "What are you, a girl? A stupid girl?" Just before the belt would snake from its worn loops. Never again. Never. With all the mistakes at the trial, it had been a miracle he'd gotten 3 life sentences in prison. But it hadn't stuck, had it? And now, all those who hadn't done their jobs, those who had sworn to protect the victims and justice, the jurors, the judge, the cops, and even a reporter who almost blew the whole damned trial, were paying, along with the monster. After swinging the gate wide, he drove through the muddy grass. His throat tightened a bit as he noticed the 3 12-year-old graves. Carol Legatell and 2 of her 3 children, poor Marlon and Becky. So foolish. Where had they been when he'd needed them? Why hadn't they stopped the sickness? In his mind's eye, he remembered Chevalier ordering him onto his knees, then into bed with... He pounded a fist on the steering wheel, and tears burned in his eyes. Don't think about it. Don't think about what he forced you to do. Don't think about the pain and humiliation and the fact that no one helped you. Not your mother, not your brother, not your sister, not even the police. Pierce Reed, coming to the house, feigning concern, offering his card, his damned card, when he suspected what was going on. What a joke. What a fucking pathetic joke. In his mind's eye, he saw the sweaty, scared bodies of his sister and brother and mother, the naked skin, the twisted bedsheets, and he heard Chevalier's wicked grunts and laughter. No more. No more. He caught a glimpse of his reflection in the rearview mirror and saw the redness in his eyes, the useless tears. Maybe he was a stupid-ass girl after all. Blinking rapidly, he turned his attention to the small cemetery and did a quick U-turn. The deep hole he had dug was visible in his backup lights, and he rolled across the graves of his mother, brother, and stupid sister before stomping on the parking brake and cutting the engine. He didn't have much time. Reed would figure out what was happening as soon as he uncovered Leroy Chevalier's body at LeBlanc Cemetery. He had to work fast. All motion ceased. The drone of the engine was extinguished. The coffin stopped moving. Nikki's muscles froze. Every nerve end jittered. She didn't have to be told that he'd brought her to a cemetery, that within minutes perhaps seconds, he'd start burying her alive. She was shaking. Now was the time to act. But what? A loud creak and bang, like a tailgate of a truck opening. Suddenly the casket was moving again, scraping, being pulled out of its transport. God help me. Should she call out to him? Beg him to let her go? She knew it wouldn't do any good. But she had to do something. Anything. A sharp rap. "Hey, Nikki, you still awake?" the bastard asked. She bit her tongue. More rapping. "I know you're awake." No, he didn't. And she didn't tell him, didn't utter a word. Ah, fuck it. The coffin was moving again, and she heard the muted rattle of wheels, like those on a hospital gurney, rolling along bumpy terrain, no doubt taking her to the pit where the coffin would be dropped and buried. She had to do something. All motion ceased. No doubt he'd reached the grave. Her grave. Who would have done this? Morissette demanded. Reed, worried sick about Nikki, remembered staring into the bloodied carcass of Leroy Chevalier. They'd pulled out the coffin and opened it up, revealing a naked and slashed body. Chevalier's head had been nearly severed, and there were dozens of wounds upon his body, made by a sharp, deadly weapon. Finally, Reed understood that the grave robber had no doubt also hacked up Carol Ligotel and her children, 2 dead, 1 brutally wounded. This was done by someone who hated him, someone with a dark rage. This isn't like the other killings, where the deaths occurred without a lot of violence. No. Chevalier was chopped to death, and then his body mutilated. Reed knew enough about serial killers to realize that Chevalier's murderer was someone close to him, someone he'd mistreated, someone whose hatred and need for vengeance was white-hot. This one is someone who's enraged that he got out of prison, and he's blaming everyone involved, the jurors, the judge, and the woman who almost got the case thrown out years ago, Nikki Gillette. "Who the fuck is that?" Morissette asked. Reed was thinking hard as the storm swirled around the soaked officers working the scene. Time was running out. Nikki was trapped with the monster somewhere. It's someone like Ken Stern, Carol Legatel's brother. He hated Chevalier, promised to kill him, and as an ex-Marine he would know how. Or Stephen Legatel, her ex-husband and father of the children Chevalier abused. Or Joey Legatel, her son, the only one who survived the killings. "Chevalier beat him and forced him to have sex with his mother, right?" Morissette said, eyeing the carnage. She visibly cringed at the crusted, dark purple slash surrounding Chevalier's throat. Reed nodded, felt the icy rain run down his collar. According to Joey, along with his siblings, it was kind of a sadistic sexual free-for-all, with Chevalier holding the whip. "Deserved what he got," Morissette muttered, turning away from the open casket as Diane Moses's team worked the area, as they had at previous crime scenes. Cliff Siebert hung up his phone. "I got through to the hospital. Charlene Gillette can't tell us anything. She's traumatized. An officer tried to speak with her, but she won't or can't say a word. Nearly catatonic. Whatever she saw pushed her over the edge." "Shit." Morissette glared up at the sky, blinked against the rain. Reed felt as if Nikki's life were in his hands, and she was slowly, irrevocably slipping away. "Wonder why the asshole was buried alone?" Morissette asked, jabbing her chin at the coffin. Again, not like the others, Reed thought. Panic surging through him as the seconds ticked by. Where the hell did he have Nikki? "Send a unit to every graveyard in the city," he said. But his mind was turning wildly. remembering the trial 12 years ago. The bleak courtroom, Judge Ronald Gillette sitting imperiously above the proceedings, the jurors watching raptly as the prosecution laid out its case. There was a clue here. There had to be. The killer had tricked him, steered him off course, but he had to... Lightning forked the sky. Suddenly he knew, as surely as if Lucifer had whispered the answer in his ear. It was what this entire case was all about. Where was Carol Legatil buried? Don't know. Morissette shook her head. Siebert said, I do. I saw it in the file. She and her children are in Adams Cemetery, a small plot east of town. That was all Reed needed to hear. Let's go. He was already running through the spitting rain to his El Dorado. We don't have much time. Nikki was sweating, her heart pounding wildly. She had to find a way out. Pushing on the lid didn't do anything. She needed a weapon, something she could use to pry the thing open from inside out. But what? She had nothing. She was naked. But her father was still wearing his clothes. Her heart nearly stopped. Unless the killer had discovered it, Big Ron kept a loaded pistol strapped to his ankle. Nikki's hopes jumped at the feeble possibility. Getting to the gun, and fast, seemed impossible. But it was her only chance. And by God, she was going to take it. The pounding started again. Wake up, bitch! His voice was raw, anxious. Good. He could damn well rot in hell before she uttered a word. Her lungs could turn to dust before she gave him the satisfaction. It was so hard to breathe, nearly impossible to move, and panic had her in a stranglehold. But the only chance out of this trap was to reach for her father's weapon. Please let it be there, she thought, but knew the chances were slim. Surely the grave robber had found the small gun. But there was a sliver of a chance that he'd overlooked it in his haste. She had to find out. Using all her strength, she pressed down against her father's body, compressing his flesh, making herself smaller so that she had room to scoot down and bend her knees. The soft flab of her father's stomach gave way, and she shuddered, her heart hammering, a horrid taste crawling up her throat. She slid, possibly an inch, maybe less. But she could barely move, and as she stretched her hand along his pant leg, gathering the fabric, she knew her chance of survival was small, infinitesimal. You bastard, she thought. You goddamned animal. She felt the top of her father's boot. That was a good sign, right? Maybe the killer thought the ankle strap was part of her father's shoes. She strained, hard, every muscle aching, her fingertips brushing the top of the holster. She heard a chain rattling, a lock clicking, then the sound of a small motor. She had the sensation of the coffin being lifted off the cart or gurney that had brought her here. Bang! Hey, Nikki, can you hear me? The killer's voice was muted, but the words clear, and her skin crawled. How do you like sleeping with your father? Bites, doesn't it? Kinda like it bites when you have to kill your own family because they sold you out. She didn't answer. Felt ill. She pictured the grave robber, not as the grisly, obsessed ogre he'd become, but as he was 12 years ago. Then, seated in the courtroom at that gawky, awkward age, Joey Legatil was ashen-faced, obviously scared to death, abused, forced to do terrible acts at the whim of Leroy Chevalier. And then the court had made him tell about it. Now, belatedly, she'd realized that he'd become a killer. He'd murdered his mother, sister, and brother. He'd wounded himself, self-inflicted the wounds so cleverly that no one had guessed, then managed to hide the murder weapon and frame Chevalier with his own work boots. Now he was crazed, obsessed, no doubt because his tormentor had found freedom. "Hey, you awake? Damn it! You nearly blew it, you know, you stupid bitch. And your old man, why the fuck didn't he sentence the bastard to die? Why?" Her lungs burning, she considered talking to him, trying to reason with him, but then remembered all too vividly the tape with Simone's hoarse, desperate voice as she pled, begged, and bargained for her life. No matter what, Nikki wouldn't give him the satisfaction. Her shoulders straining, every muscle in her body cramped, she concentrated on easing the gun from its holster. "Hey! Hey!" More thudding. Wild. Crazy. As if he were losing it. The coffin jerked and spun. Nikki concentrated on the weapon. "Guess what I've got out here with me, Nikki?" he taunted, and Nikki froze. She couldn't imagine. Didn't want to. "Something of yours. And Simone's." "Not Mikado. Not Jennings." She nearly screamed, wanted to scratch his eyes out. "Right here in my pocket. Your panties, Nikki. I took 'em out of your drawer. My, aren't they naughty? And Simone's." Nikki thought she might be sick. "You hear me? I've got 'em all. Little treasures from all my victims. You know who's in there with you, right? Daddy dearest. You know what I got of his?" She didn't want to know. "An old jockstrap. Looks like it was made 1 billion years ago. What do you think of that?" "Go blow, you stinking pervert," she thought, anger surfacing beneath her terror. "I've been planning this for years, but I wasn't going to do it. Not as long as Leroy was behind bars. But he got out. And so, too bad for all of you who failed me." He wanted pity? Was he kidding? "Did you enjoy the tape of your friend?" he asked, and Nikki's skin turned to ice. "Did you hear her? How she begged?" Nikki wanted to scream at him, but held her tongue. That's what he wanted. They all did. He waited. "You awake?" He pounded again, the sound echoing through the coffin and cutting into her brain. "Hey, Nikki!" "Tune him out. Don't let him get to you." She stretched until her muscles and tendons screamed. Her fingers touched something cold and hard. The tiny pistol. Tears filled her eyes. Now, if she could just get it into her hand. "Yeah, fuck it." The coffin began to move again. This time it was descending into a pit Nikki could only imagine in her worst nightmare. Reed pushed the Eldorado to the limit. 70 miles an hour. 80. His radio crackled, and he figured he could be at the cemetery in less than 15 minutes. Would it be enough time? God, he hoped so. The thought of Nikki trapped in a casket and buried alive sent a chill as cold as all death down his spine. He stepped on it, and the night flew by, the beams of his headlights cutting through the curtain of rain and bouncing on the slick pavement. Only a maniac would drive like this on such a bleak night. Sirens wailing, blue and red lights flashing, a cop car caught up with him and passed him on the fly. Morissette was at the wheel. "Go get him, Sylvie," Reed ground out. "I'm right behind you." Within minutes he saw the turnoff to Adams Cemetery, and he braced himself. What were the chances that she was still alive? The gun slipped away as the coffin swayed and swung, ever slowly making its descent into the grave. No. Oh, no. Not buried alive. Frantic, gasping for breath, her fingers scrabbling, searching, glancing off the butt of the gun, Nikki tried to think of another way to free herself. There was none. This was it. If she could only reach the pistol before 6 feet of sodden earth covered her. Come on, Nikki, don't give up. Grab it, now. Her middle finger felt cold steel, then her index finger. Straining, concentrating, she slowly eased the small-caliber weapon from its sheath. Now, if only it was loaded. Dirt rained onto the top of the coffin. Give me strength, please, God. She dragged in a breath that only made her head swim. Blackness closed in. Oh, no, she couldn't lose it now. If she blacked out, she'd never awaken. She'd be doomed. More pebbles and clods clattered above her. Gritting her teeth, she forced her body lower, her knees scraping the top of the casket. It was there, if she could just force the handle into her palm. The noise in the coffin was deafening as rocks and dirt hit the wooden sides. Come on, Nikki, grab the damned gun. But her thoughts were disjointed and slow. Don't lose it now, Nikki. You can't. It's now or never. Sirens. Shit, he'd have to work fast. How had Reed figured it out so quickly? Shit. He'd spent too much time trying to get a response from Nikki. The survivor looked into the darkness and concentrated. The sirens were screaming far away, still in the distance, but heading in this direction. He had to get his work done fast and disappear. He already had another car parked on the far side of the fence. All he had to do was scale the wrought iron, make his way down a path across a small river, and there was another vehicle waiting. Even dogs wouldn't find him. But first, he had to finish here. Only a few more scoops, but his microphone wasn't picking up much. Just a few scrapes and kicks. But that didn't indicate Nikki was alive, or conscious. Those sounds could be from the movement of the coffin. He felt unsatisfied, empty. He'd so wanted Nikki Gillette to know her fate. She deserved to realize what was happening to her, that there was no way out, that she would suffer, that she wouldn't survive, not like he had. But he didn't have time to open the lid and check on her. The police were getting closer. He heard their sirens, saw the lights strobing the night sky. Too late, Reed, he thought, throwing in one final shovel of dirt. Dragging in a breath of stale air, she extended her fingers, nudged the tiny weapon into her hands, and pointed the barrel at the roof of the coffin. There was a chance the bullet wouldn't go through, that it would ricochet back at her or lodge in the earth above. She had no other option, and her thoughts were thick. Time and air were running out. She gasped, coughed, tried to think straight. Reed. If she could only see Reed one last time. Hand slick with sweat, body cold as ice, she forced the muzzle of the gun upward. She wrapped her finger around the trigger, sucked in what was left of her air, and squeezed. Die, you son of a bitch. Pain. Hot, searing pain shot up his leg, and the sound was deafening. What the hell had happened? The survivor looked down at his leg and saw the blood oozing, felt the burning. Who'd shot him? He saw the lights now. The cops were closing in. He had to get away. He started hobbling toward the back fence, but his damn leg buckled. Gritting his teeth, he turned, tripping, falling over himself. Shit! Sirens screamed. Tires crunched and headlights cut through the night. Shit! He was cornered, but not beaten. He dropped back into the pit and waited. A gunshot had echoed through the graveyard. Reed, weapon drawn, sprang from his car. Nikki, he thought. Oh, please be alive. He saw the truck and the fresh grave, mist swirling up from the wet dirt, the rain having abated to a fine drizzle. "Police!" he yelled. "Legatel, drop your weapon." Behind him he heard footsteps, then Morissette's voice barking instructions. "Siebert, call for backup," she yelled. "Reed, don't do anything stupid." Reed didn't listen. Eyes fixed on the open grave, he ran forward. "Reed!" Morissette screamed. "Don't! Stop! Oh, crap!" He knew he was taking a chance, but didn't care. Nikki's life was being smothered from her, and he had to do whatever he could. "Police!" he yelled again, advancing on the pit. It was so dark. He should wait for backup, should wait for a flashlight, shouldn't sacrifice himself, nor put himself into a potential hostage situation. But he didn't have time to think of anything but Nikki. He flung himself into the pit and saw the grave robber huddled in one corner. At the instant Reed jumped in, Joey sprang, and Reed saw it then. The glint of a knife. Pain jarred up his shoulder. He fired, careful to aim level and not downward, not toward Nikki. "You bastard," he growled, as Joey hacked wildly. "Kill me," he taunted, breathing heavily, teeth flashing, blood visible. Reed cuffed him with the gun. Joey gave up a yelp, but fought back, surprisingly strong, muscles honed, dark eyes flashing with rage. "You promised," he squealed, as Reed placed the gun to his head and pulled one hand behind his back. "You lying bastard, you promised to come back and you didn't." "Get up, Joey. It's over." "Shoot me." "No way, you piece of shit. Put your hands on your head and—" Joey flung himself away, his wet clothes slipping through Reed's fingers. Whirling on his good leg, he slashed wildly with his knife. A gun barked. Joey's body jerked, and the knife clattered away. "I'll live with it," Morissette said. "Now let's get that piece of shit out of here." Reed was already on his knees, digging frantically with his hands. "Nikki!" he yelled. In a scene of déjà vu, he pulled at the dirt with his bare hands and heard something, scratching, coughing, from inside the buried coffin. "Nikki! Oh, God, Nikki, hang on!" He was digging furiously, flinging mud over his shoulders. "I need help here." His fingers touched solid wood, then splintered wood, and a small hole in the casket from the bullet that had incapacitated Joey Legatel. Another officer jumped into the pit with him. Together they scraped off the mud, found the microphone, and tore it out, allowing air into the coffin. "Get me out of here," she cried, gasping and coughing from inside. He thought it was the most beautiful sound he'd ever heard. "For the love of God, Reed, get me the hell out of here." Within minutes he'd scraped the mud away, pried the coffin open, and Nikki, frantic, eyes wide, body shaking, flung her naked body into his arms. She was gasping and crying and choking and screaming. Reed looked into the casket and cringed. The other body was that of her father, the Honorable Ronald Gillette. Christ, what a mess. Throwing his wet coat over her shoulders, he carried Nikki through the mire to his waiting Eldorado. How close he'd come to losing her. How damned close. "Okay, Cliff, so give," Nikki said when he'd finally answered his cell phone. She'd spent the morning in the office, catching up as quickly as she could on her other work, leaving a message for her sister, listening to a little office gossip, but for the most part concentrating on the 2 bodies found in the single grave in the northern Georgia woods. She'd tried all her contacts in Lumpkin County, and a friend with the AP who worked out of Atlanta, but what little information had been given to the press from the sheriff's department was already widespread. It didn't give her the edge she needed. Now, seated at her desk, doodling on a notepad, she spoke softly, hoping no one, including Trina, would overhear. "What's happening with the case up in Dahlonega? Why is Reed involved?" "Hell, Nikki, why don't you ask him?" Cliff was irritated. "I tried, this morning. Let's just say he wasn't overly communicative." "Sounds like him." "So why him? Why did he chop her up there? What was the connection?" "I can't say." "But there was a connection." "I said I can't—" "Why not?" He didn't answer, but she'd guessed the reason when Reed had been sent up to Dahlonega. "Because somehow Reed's involved. Either with the victim or the killer, or he's a suspect, or—" "Whoa, slow down. Don't over-speculate.